Welcome back to Raceway Venray. This is the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series, back at an oval for the first time in 5 years. And today, on this Sunday, all eyes are focused on the EuroNASCAR Pro Division. Yesterday, we had, frankly, a very exciting race for EuroNASCAR 2, a 70-lap encounter around this half-mile oval for the EuroNASCAR 2 contingent. Now we focus and train our eyes on the 100-lap race that will come later on in the afternoon for the EuroNASCAR Pro Division. But before we do that, we have to qualify, and qualifying here in the Oval weekend is a little bit different than what we're used to. It's going to be a one-by-one shootout format. Each car will drive out onto the circuit, do 2 warm-up laps, and then have 2 flying laps to contend with as well. It was a very pacey practice session this morning for our EuroNASCAR Pro drivers. It was also a little bit damp at the very start of the day as well. You can see some remnants of that around the circuit. But the format yesterday for qualifying was edge-of-the-seat stuff, as we saw who could find the pace under the pressure of 2 laps only to find your footing. And it was very good fun to watch. We're going to have more of the same today, of course. In the EuroNASCAR Pro Division, we have the big guns. We have the likes of Gianmarco Ercoli, Vittorio Gorelli, Liam Hasemans, the Goose, Mark Goosens, Paul Giffreau, and many more besides, as well as, of course, we shouldn't forget about him, the EuroNASCAR 2 Championship leader and yesterday's winner, Martin Dubek, who's also currently 8th in the EuroNASCAR Pro standings. Vittorio Gorelli leading the way in EuroNASCAR Pro at the moment, with Ercoli, Hasemans, Giuffreau and Lasserre on his back bumper. Massimilio Lanza, the Challenger Trophy leader, is missing this weekend. But of course there are drop scores to consider in the championship, so it might not affect him too badly. Nonetheless, very exciting times here for the Venray Oval. A very exciting race that we had yesterday. It seems as though, as our local tour guide Andre Vigold suggested, that top line, that top groove of the circuit is the place to be. Yesterday in qualifying we saw a few drivers going for the lower groove, trying to find some lap time in a unique place. Andre, do you think that given what we saw yesterday, we're going to see everybody in EuroNASCAR Pro sticking solely to that high line in qualifying?
No, I don't think so. So first of all, hello and welcome, of course, also from my side. But I don't think so, because we saw with the tires that you can do a fast lap on the lower groove. But later in the race, staying in this lower groove is going to hurt your tires. They're going to overheat a little bit. So you have to be very cautious with your attacks. But in qualifying for one single lap, it works. So I think we will see different strategies again, because the drivers, we saw it already in free practice, have just different approaches, how to use those turns, how to use the banking up to 25 degrees. It's a progressive banking here at this short track. So I bet that we see different strategies, different lines in qualifying again. But when we look later to the race, there we're going to have the high groove as the main lane. And if you want to attack, you really have to be clever. You have to be careful and cautious to make the right attack. Yesterday, we saw Victor Neumann, for example. He was on the low groove for a long, long time. And then Ryan Vargas just closed the gap to the guy in front of him on the outside lane. And Victor Neumann just lost the position there because he couldn't go back up to the outer line, to the outside lane. So in the race, it's going to be a different strategy, but in qualifying, I expect different lines, because on one lap, you can make your car work on different lines here at Raceway Venray, for sure.
Okay, very interesting, but certainly given the predominantly single groove racing we saw yesterday, the importance of this qualifying session I don't think can be overstated, and particularly if, like yesterday, we go green flag to the finish on this 100-lap race we expect to see this afternoon, being at the sharp end at the end of qualifying is going to be very important.
Yeah, track position is key. Not only here at Raceway Venray in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series, we see it also in the NASCAR Cup, Xfinity, and Truck Series. There are some short tracks like Martinsville where track position is the key because it's really tough to overtake. You have to be clever. And in comparison to the US, we have a really short sprint race here, so you don't have a lot of time to gain positions. So qualifying will be very, very difficult for the drivers. You just have 2 laps, 2 flyers, and you have to nail it because if you do a mistake in the first lap, you're going to hurt your second lap. So everything needs to be perfect. You are not allowed to do any mistakes. And Adam, yesterday we saw also some oval racing rookies like Claudio Remigio Capelli doing really, really well at that oval. So I'm prepared for some surprises again. What about you?
Well, I mean, lest we forget, yesterday when you were on the pre-grid for EuroNASCAR 2, you were speaking to Paul Giuffreau, and Paul said, well, I've never done anything like this. I did my first laps this morning in the exploratory practice. Seems like it's going to be an interesting time. And sure enough, by 1,000th of a second, he was our fastest driver in the combined practice results. The combined practice results from this morning for EuroNASCAR Pro have given us the order in which the cars will drive out for this qualifying session. And so Paul Giuffreau will be out last by dint of being the first driver or the fastest driver across our practices this morning. So yes, to your point, everything points to a few potential surprises and potentially a few oval rookies making their presence felt. We've got some interesting drivers making their debut, of course, in EuroNASCAR Pro this weekend as well. We've got the first driver out for this session of qualifying, Konstantin Schul, who is an Austrian with a lot of GT racing pedigree in the promotion car, the number 77 being wheeled out in EuroNASCAR Pro as well. And then, of course, making his EuroNASCAR Pro debut, Gordon Barnes, who has some late model stock car racing experience to his name, as well as being a multi-time champion in the EuroNASCAR Club Challenge regularity format. And then for the first time we see the number 21 Lux Motorsport car in the hands of someone other than Jack Davidson, a former teammate to Jack Davidson in the Mini Challenge UK series in Britain. Liam Lambert, who himself comes from the world of short oval racing in the UK before transitioning to circuit, he will be out there as well in that number 21 Lux Motorsport car, the Pink Peril. So that's a very interesting set of EuroNASCAR Pro debutants. And in a couple of those cases, you wouldn't mind betting that they could be disruptors among maybe the top 10 later on in the day.
Yeah, definitely. Liam Lambert, I'm really looking forward to see him racing on a little bit bigger oval that he used to drive at. Those auto speedway ovals are quite shorter, like the one in the middle we have here in the Raceway Venray. It's about 400 meters long. And I'm also looking forward to see Ryan Vargas again. Yesterday he scored his first podium in EuroNASCAR 2 during his debut in this series, but I got the information that there was something off on his car, on his 30 Chevrolet Camaro. There was something broken after he touched the wall, and they fixed it overnight. So maybe we didn't see 100% the pace of Ryan Vargas yesterday. So I'm really, really looking forward if he can improve a little bit more when the car is at 100%. And you said it earlier, in free practice we had some rain. We had some thunderstorms yesterday evening. We had some thunderstorms in the night, but they put on the rain tires. By the way, in the EuroNASCAR, we always race on ovals even if it's raining. We have rain tires there. Later, they switched to slicks, and we saw again drivers in the 19 seconds ranges. So Ryan Vargas, I'm really looking forward to see if we can do something more than yesterday because his car has been fixed overnight.
Very interesting. Vargas will be the 10th driver out of the 19 we expect to qualify in this session. First up will be Konstantin Schul, who you saw readying up for release onto the circuit. He's taken on just about every challenge there is within the German and Northern European region when it comes to GT racing. He's taken on the Nordschleife. He's even raced LMP3 prototypes, but a EuroNASCAR on an oval, that's going to be a new challenge for Konstantin Schul.
Yeah, and I think he's now allowed to go on track. There we have the 77 Chevrolet Camaro fielded by Brimotion. What I like about this single car qualifying is that we see all the cars, all the drivers for about 5 minutes really on screen. While we have the group qualifying, it's really tough to catch everyone, but with the single car qualifying format, we can talk about every driver, every team, every single entry we have in the EuroNASCAR. And this guy, he needs to adapt really fast to oval racing. Like you said, he's used to GT and prototype racing, so pedal shifting, a lot of electronic devices helping you a little bit. But those cars here, no electronic aids, four gears, H pattern gear shift. You have no helpers, nothing. It's just the car, it's just what you have in your hands, and you have to nail it.
There you go, it is a very different world. This is pure racing, not just in the sense of the wheel-to-wheel action, but also the hardware that these drivers are given. Konstantin Schul then will be our first driver to lay down a benchmark. His time in practice was a 20.975. So Konstantin will be looking to maybe try and dip into the mid-20s. I think that would be a good effort for him in this qualifying session. He'll have 2 bites of the cherry, 2 flying laps. He stays high through the entry of turn 1. I think this is his first flying lap that he's on now. The promotion car turns into 3 and 4. As you said, Andre, 25-degree progressive banking, so certainly in the race it often helps to be up there at the front, or at the highest end of the banking. The white flag given, that's the completion of his first flyer. He's on a 21.881 on that first flying lap. That's a bit of a disappointing first bite of it. Let's see if the second lap is any better. You see him there on the brakes, maybe a little bit too much on the brakes. That wasn't so smooth of an entry into turn 3. Could have scrubbed off some speed there. Schul across the line for the second time, and his second flying lap yields a 21.652. I think he might be a little bit disappointed by that, but it's not a bad time, and his practice looked fairly good. I suspect that Konstantin will be on the pace and in the battles come the race.
And I think it depends on what goals you set. I don't think he's here to win a race. He wants to adapt to the car. He wants to see the checkered flag. And therefore, I was not expecting him to be in the top 10, because the competition in EuroNASCAR Pro is really, really hard, really tough. And therefore, you need to nail it. You really need to have some experience in the car. It's really hard to carve your way up the ranks when you're new to the series. So the next one on track is the 33 car. There we have Luca Lasser, yes.
Yeah, and frankly, the opposite of what you just said applies, doesn't it? He does need to aim for victory. He's got the experience. He's raced on this oval in these cars numerous times. He's one of our most experienced drivers. There aren't many excuses for Luca Lasser. He wasn't necessarily on the pace in practice, a 20.760. Let's see what he can do in quali.
He has a very interesting line for this first lap. For his first warm-up lap, let's say we have now the first flyer. He's doing it exactly right. Entry quite high, then he's going a little bit lower. I think this is the way to go in qualifying, because those tires, those Hoosier tires, they can carry a lot of speed through those corners, and you can cut it a little bit, make the way you have to go a little bit shorter. So let's see what the first time is. He's crossing the line, 20.8804. I think that's a decent time, Adam.
Certainly, yes, just a few hundredths off of his best from the practice session. Here comes the second flying lap now then, out of turn 4, right up to the wall as he has to be. Checkered flag waves. What is the second lap time? It's probably going to remain in the 20s. It's a 20.823, so in fact a little bit off of his time there, so a little bit slower than his first flying lap. A 20.804 it is for Luca Lasser. he might be a bit disappointed by his starting position once all is said and done. But we are seeing a difference as Nick Strickler comes out onto the circuit now in the Marco Stipp Motorsport car. We are seeing a difference compared to yesterday. Those early runners in EuroNASCAR 2, a lot of them weren't so keen on getting close to that wall, particularly on a corner exit, where of course taking a wide line out of the turn is very important to retain momentum, retain speed. That is because, of course, the EuroNASCAR Pro Division, even if some of these drivers are new to racing on an oval, they're certainly not new to racing point blank. Some of them may even have experience of things like street circuits from previous ventures in motorsport and are well used to getting close to the barriers.
Yeah, for sure. Nick Strickler, he's in his second season in EuroNASCAR. He had a violent crash last year in Italy that sidelined him a little bit, but he's now back with Marco Stipp Motorsport and he's progressing day by day, event by event, race by race. He's getting faster and faster, and he's now off to his first flyer here at Raceway Venray. He's an American with a mixed background, oval racing, but also road course and also off-road racing. So he has a lot of experience driving different cars. So let's see if he can go into the 20s. That would be his goal, I think, to be at least in the 20s, not in the 21s. So the first lap in, we wait for the lap time, and it's a 21.112. So he has to improve a little bit to reach that goal of the 20s.
His time in practice, his best lap was 20.759. Let's see what he can do. Can he get into the 20-second barrier in this qualifying session? A 21.087 is the best he can manage. So Lasser remains top. Nick Strickler goes second fastest of the three that we've had out there so far. He might feel, again, a little bit disappointed that he didn't match his time from practice. Next up then is Gordon Barnes, one of the most dominant drivers in the history of the EuroNASCAR Club Challenge, the regularity format where consistency is key at oval racing, and at oval racing here in Venray, consistency is also key. So Gordon could be on for something here. He's got experience racing late models going back well over a decade. He's only the fourth car out there, which means he was towards the rear in terms of practice times. But knowing how to control yourself, how to handle business in an oval racing situation is certainly a big aid to him.
I'm expecting a good lap, but remember the Double V racing team had a lot of bad luck at Brands Hatch. They had to rebuild the car after some crashes in the UK. They had not so much time. Simone Giussani yesterday had some issues, but it was his first time on an oval as a EuroNASCAR rookie. Gordon Barnes was here in his life in late models. He knows the track like the back of his hand. So I'm expecting a good performance, but it depends also a little bit on the performance of the car. Double V Racing is doing an amazing job year by year to provide a fast Ford Mustang, and we can now get the first lap time in. We wait for the time, crosses the line, and we are at a 21.384. I don't think that's the goal that Gordon set himself.
Perhaps not. Let's see what the second lap looks like. It seems like a smoother run that time through 3 out of turn 4. Let's have a look and see if he can maybe try and get to the top. What is the lap time? It's a 21.073, so he goes quicker than Strickler, but again a couple of tenths down on where he was earlier on in the day. Yesterday we saw often, even from some of the top drivers, an improvement of 2 or 3 tenths between practice and qualifying. It seems that it's gone the other way this morning. Are the conditions notably worse out there now that we're into the afternoon?
Sorry, the last thing I didn't get. The question, sorry. Technical issue.
Are the conditions worse now that we're into the afternoon?
No, I think the conditions are really good. The track is dry. There are here and there some patches, but I don't think they have any impact. So it's dry, it's perfect. It's a little bit cooler than yesterday. I think that helps to find a little bit more grip. So when the top drivers are coming, I expect really good lap times. I think really that the conditions are better than even yesterday when it was really hot. Normally in oval racing, you don't want a too cold and a don't too hot track. You want to have a mix of both. You want to have it mild, you know what I mean? So I think the conditions to have a good lap with a perfect grip is perfect now. So I expect really good lap times. And Thomas Casones, who is now racing on his first flyer, he's one of those guys who could end up at the front because he has a lot of over racing experience and he had a solid day yesterday in EuroNASCAR Tour already.
He did, and he looked very committed through 3 and 4 as well. This, to me, looks like a much quicker lap than anything we've seen so far in this qualifying session. It's passing the eyeball test and the stopwatch test. A 20.145 for his first flying lap. You could see the commitment through 1 and 2 on that first flyer, and again through 3 and 4 on this second and final flying lap. Is it an improvement? Is it perhaps even a 19? Let's see as the stopwatch stops. It's a 20.067 for Casones. That's a new benchmark. That's 8/10 quicker than what we saw out of Luca Lasser. That is very impressive from the Greek racer from Marco Stipp Motorsport.
And there we can explain what oval racing is about on a short track. 8/10 of a second means that you will be lapped within, let's say, 25 laps. So you have to be, let's say, just a few tenths off. Then you have a chance to keep up with the fast guys. But when you are a second slower, that means you're going to be lapped in a 100 lap race. So the margins are really, really tight on an oval. You just have a little window you are allowed to be in if you want to stay up front, if you want to have a chance to win this race. And now I'm really looking forward to this pink machine, the Lux Motorsport Chevrolet Camaro with Liam Lambert. I haven't seen him racing before in my life, so this is why I'm looking forward to him. And he said he has short oval experience in stock cars, shorter ovals than this one without any banking, but maybe this helps. He knows how to turn left.
Absolutely right, and the short oval fraternity in the UK typically, of course, interested in and aware of how things work on ovals of all descriptions, so he should have a handy understanding of what it takes on the banked ovals. Let's see if he can put it into practice. The number 21 Lux Motorsport car put in a good showing yesterday with Jack Davidson at the wheel. Of course, Jack Davidson becoming the first ever British driver, the Scotsman securing the first win in EuroNASCAR history for a British driver, which was a big moment at American Speedfest. Let's see what Liam Lambert can do then for Lux Motorsport. At the wheel of the number 21. You saw there the white flag flying for him. His first lap comes in now, and it's a 20.661, so already a fairly strong first lap. Let's see if he can find a bit more time on the second lap of the session. Stays high through 3 and 4. What kind of time can we see from him? We wait for the timing screen to update. It's a 20.484 for Liam Lambert. That is a solid showing for him. Very unfamiliar machinery for Lambert, and obviously he will be managing his own expectations, but that is a solid showing.
The next one on track has also some experience in US oval racing. We have Ulysse Saw next up, the 2018 EuroNASCAR 2 champion. The Frenchman already raced in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series in the States, so that's another one who may have chances of being in the top 5 here in qualifying. But I know that the Speedhouse drivers are a little bit more carefully. They want to have a safe approach because there's a wall close to the cars. If you do a mistake and you hit the wall, it's going to be a really, really hard experience. So what I know from Luca Lasser is they play it a little bit more safe and see the bigger picture in the championship just to score solid points. Don't go for the risk. They're managing it really, really well. We saw it already in EuroNASCAR 2 yesterday. But Ulysse Saw, I know that he's capable of driving a car very fast around a road, around an oval. So he's one I'm really looking forward to.
Right, let's see what Delso can do. Of course, the momentum and carrying the speed properly through these corners is so important. Lighter cars than the typical late model, but a bit less power as well, which means that getting the corner exits right is of critical importance. Running about 400 brake horsepower from these small block V8s. Number 14 car of Ulis Delso. Then on the first flying lap, you see him going a little bit lower than what we saw before from Liam Lambert, and it's immediately paying off. A 20.395 for Ulis Delso on the first lap of 2. Let's see if the second lap can be a further improvement for the young Frenchman. Powers out of turn 4. Maybe a bit of a tighter angle through 4 on that occasion at the steering wheel. What kind of time was it? A 20.318. So that was a solid showing. Got a few hundredths back as well in his second flying lap. That should be a more than satisfactory performance in the eyes of his team boss, Luca Lasser, for Ulis Delso.
Yeah, I think he can maybe even stay inside the top 10. We have to take a look how the track is also improving during the qualifying session. That's why the fastest driver gets the advantage of being the last in the qualifying session, because you gain a little bit more grip, of course, when the other cars already hit the track. The next one is Thomas Toffel from Switzerland. I think he celebrated yesterday, if he's into football, if he's into soccer, because they beat Italy in the European Championship.
Well, that was last 16 as well, wasn't it? Goodness me, that's very... I didn't know that. That's news to me. Cool. Thomas Toffel, who raced, of course, yesterday, one of the drivers who is double dipping in both EuroNASCAR 2 and EuroNASCAR Pro this weekend. Let's have a look at his times then. Green flag flies for Toffel. He got his learning done yesterday. He has many laps under his belt from the Saturday here in the EuroNASCAR 2 category. He has been on the upswing all year in both championships, given he got a good amount of testing mileage done in the pre-season. Let's have a look at the first flyer then for Toffel. Is it in the 20s? It should be. Yes, it's a 20.488. If he can find another 0.004 of a second, he'll go faster than Liam Lambert. He's currently provisional 4th. If he gets up onto the top 2, he should be starting within the top 10 come the time of the race. He crosses the line and it's good enough to go second, a 20.247. Another solid outfit, another solid showing, from the Race Art Technology outfit. Toffel looking promising again.
Yeah, really good lap, and he was really dedicated, committed to this lap. And now we have Victor Neumann. He did an amazing job yesterday in EuroNASCAR 2. It was his first ever top 5, I think, in EuroNASCAR in his young EuroNASCAR career. He's one of those rookies pulling double duty in both championships. Victor Neumann really impressed yesterday in EuroNASCAR 2 with Markus Stipp Motorsport. And I told you yesterday, Markus Stipp raced here at Raceway Venray by himself. He did it in the EuroNASCAR, he did it in the late models, so the team owner knows exactly what it takes to be fast on that short track, and I think he shared all his wisdom, all his experience with his drivers. And Victor Neumann is one of those who's collected it like a sponge. He sucked it and he really did an amazing job in EuroNASCAR 2, so maybe he's also one of those guys capable of clocking a fast lap in EuroNASCAR Pro as well.
That was going to be my word for him as well, a sponge. He does seem to be able to just pick it up, run with the information he's given, and really make the most of it. Let's see what Neumann can do then. A podium hunter yesterday, didn't quite end up on the podium. A 4th place finish in EuroNASCAR 2 yesterday, but looked strong all day in the 47 Marco Stipp Motorsport Chevrolet Camaro. Crosses the line on his first flying lap and immediately goes third, a 20.261. So just over 100th of a second off the pace of Toffel, and a couple of tenths back from current pace setter Thomas Chrysonis. Let's see if it will be 1-2 for Marco Stipp Motorsport at the conclusion of this lap. He crosses the line and the time is not an improvement, a 20.283. He has to settle for third for the time being, and he is our 9th driver out on circuit. Next up is Ryan Vargas. We're now into the top 10, the fastest 10 drivers from practice, the drivers we expect to be very fast today in EuroNASCAR Pro, and this matters. It matters for Vargas, it matters for everybody else. The lowest starting position to have claimed a win in EuroNASCAR Pro here at this circuit is 4th position. That's happened twice in EuroNASCAR history here at Venray. A starting position on the front row, or at least on row 2, the statistics suggest that is vital.
Definitely, we have no pit stops, we have no strategy elements like stages. It's just a 100-lap race and you stay on track. So track position is key, and therefore you have to nail it in qualifying. Ryan Vargas now with a 100% fixed car. There was something broken yesterday. They discovered it in the evening. The team worked on the car, and now Ryan Vargas maybe gets 1 or 2 more tenths of a second out of his Chevrolet Camaro. He's going into turn 4, and then we see his first lap time. We expect a fast lap by the NASCAR Xfinity Truck Series driver. And where does he end up after his first flyer?
We'll see. This is the first flying lap that he's on now.
Yes.
Just shown the green flag. So we'll see what the critical path security and Leargas security Chevrolet Camaro can do. 3F Racing, of course, the German team that aspires to bring the German flag into the NASCAR's highest national divisions in the US. Vargas has crossed the line for the first flyer, and he immediately dips into the 19.7s, a 19.744. That's over 2 tenths quicker than he went yesterday. He was one of 4 drivers to go sub 20 in EuroNASCAR 2 qualifying. He's already done it here today in EuroNASCAR Pro, and the second lap is not an improvement, a 20.072, but a 19.744 is a very strong lap time. The quickest we saw in practice this morning was a 19.713 from Paul Dufresne, and we've seen a few drivers not quite able to match their practice pace this morning in qualifying. If that pattern holds true for the rest of the drivers out this morning, Vargas could be right up there.
Yeah, it was a really good lap, and he fooled me a little bit. Some of them are really nailing it already on their warm-up lap to gain the momentum. I was already thinking he saw the green flag, but he didn't. So the next one is going to be Tobias Dauenhauer, another one celebrating. Yesterday evening he celebrated because Germany won against Denmark, so another European Championship information here. Tobias Dauenhauer has a lot of experience in EuroNASCAR racing. He already grabbed wins with Premotion last season, so I think he's also one we have to take a look at. He's pretty fast on any road course, on any oval, so I think this guy may also end up in the top 5.
It's quite possible, isn't it? Tobias Dauenhauer, always a force to be reckoned with in the 99 promotion car. Perhaps a little bit of an off weekend at Brands Hatch, all things considered. He would love to try and be up there at the sharp end for this oval weekend at Venray. There's just something about running on the oval again. It's the first time in 5 years. It's been a much missed part of the calendar, and everyone wants to say that they were at the sharp end come at the start of that 100-lap race. Dauenhauer has completed his first flying lap. It's a 20.341, which puts him 6th on the screen at the moment. Can he get towards the front? Can he get into the 19s? It would be a big effort from there to get into the 19s. Let's have a look. Powers out of turn 4. Good exit out of the final corner, in fairness. But what kind of lap is it? It's a 20.002. He did almost get into the 19s. That was a very good gain on the second flying lap. Solid effort there from Dauenhauer. He sits provisional second as yesterday's winner, Martin Dubeck, makes his way onto the circuit.
You say winner, I say dominator. He was really flying away. It looked a little bit boring at the front because Dubeck was uncatchable, but in the end, this is sports. The best driver wins, and yesterday, Martin Dubeck was there without any mistakes. He managed the traffic, he had the pace, he had the consistency, so he was the deserved dominator of the EuroNASCAR 2 race. But EuroNASCAR Pro is a different level. It's a different story. Let's see where he ends up in his 7 machinery fielded by Hendricks Motorsport. And I told you yesterday already, Roy and Jupp Hendricks, the masterminds behind Hendricks Motorsport, they grew up at Raceway Venray. They raced here when they were teenagers. They have also plenty of over racing experience under their belt. So Hendrix Motorsport, the local heroes, they know how to set up a car here. So first flyer, Adam.
First flying lap on then for Martin Dubek, again one of the 4 drivers to break into the 19th in EuroNASCAR 2 qualifying. A little bit of debris that he ran over there coming out of turn 2, but nothing particularly solid. Looked like a piece of rubber of some description. He comes past the line for his first flying lap and immediately into the 19s, a 19.994. So he's exactly a quarter of a second off the pace of Ryan Vargas with a 19.744. Let's see if he can find another 10th, maybe 2, on the second flying lap. Across the line comes Martin Dubek, a 19.879. Good enough for second and good enough to be a very solid benchmark for those that follow.
Oh yes, that were 2 really good laps, and that was the key yesterday. Martin is not only fast on 1 lap, he really has the consistency. Remember that he made his EuroNASCAR debut at Raceway Venray in 2015. He's a veteran of the series, not age, but in terms of experience. And the next one also with a little experience here on the oval, Sebastian Blekemolen, also long the grandstand cheer for Team Blekemolen.
We just lost you for a couple of seconds there, Andre, but we got you back at the end. Sebastian Blekemolen, as you said, some oval experience, has driven everything from Chrysler Vipers to Renault Clios over the course of his decorated racing career. Sebastian Blekemolen knows how to adapt, that much is for certain. Let's see what this first flying lap provides then for the number 69 car. We've got some great wheel-to-wheel between Sebastian's father, Mikael Blekemolen, and his co-pilot of the 69 car in EuroNASCAR 2, Melvin de Groot. They had some fabulous wheel-to-wheel action. Thomas Dombrowski in the other Blekemolen car was also right in amongst that as well. So Sebastian Blekemolen has already watched that his car can do it on the ovals. Let's see what his first time is. He looks committed. The car squirreling underneath him on a couple of occasions on that first flying lap. It's a 20.017, so he's already on the cusp of a 19, which is exactly where he needs to be. His best time in free practice this morning was a 19.913. Can he best himself from earlier on today? Not quite, a 19.939. That's good enough to go provisional third.
But it was a really decent lap. Sebastian Blekemolen in the 19th, and that underlines his strength on this oval. Everybody in the 19th is one of the top drivers for sure, and they will compete for the win. Who is going to be the next one? It's Vladimir Tsotzis, a guy who had a lot of bad luck this season. The Cyprus native has the pace to keep up at the front, but in this season it's like a curse. Every time he's involved in some incidents, in some accidents, and therefore he did not match the pace and the results. So the results were not showing what he's capable of, but I think he's eager to strike back, especially here at Raceway Venray, to show that he's also able to turn fast laps on an oval. It's the first time for him in his career, so Vladimir Tsotzis did already really good in free practice, so let's see if he also can join the 19th club.
When he was full-time in EuroNASCAR 2, we'd often speak of him as one of the quickest drivers out there across both categories. There were times where he'd score pole in EuroNASCAR 2 and also be quicker than anyone was in the EuroNASCAR Pro session. So we know that Tsotzis has the potential. This year the luck has been rather against him. Let's see if he can turn the tides here with the Alex Caffey Academy Mode Sport entry. The number 1 Ford Mustang crosses the line to complete his first flying lap, and he goes to a 19.909, so already a good time. His best lap from practice this morning was a 19.874. Very loose though going into T4. Not what he needed. He'll have lost a couple of tenths there, I suspect. Let's have a look at what kind of time he's ended up with. The second flying lap, a 19.887. So even with that unsettled moment coming into 4, he managed to get a 19.8. So I think if he'd had a slightly smoother run of it through 3 and 4, we could be talking about provisional pole.
Yeah, he was really good, but those little mistakes on an oval, they cost you a lot of time. And when we talk about a lot of time, it's just a few tenths or one 1/10 of a second. It's just enough to fall down the order. The next one is a real veteran in racing. Mark Goossens, a endurance racing legend, and also a guy with a lot of oval racing experience from Belgium. He's racing for Team Blekemolen, and he has a very interesting approach in warming up his Toyota Camry. He's trying to get the brakes into temperature. He's going to get some temperature into the tires very slowly. So this is an interesting approach. We saw it yesterday from Nick Strickler and also earlier on. But Mark Goossens, he's going very, very slowly at the moment, trying to get the tires and the brakes into the working window. And now he's trying to carry some momentum into his second warm-up lap. And then we see what he's capable of doing.
So second warm-up lap now, one more till he sees the green. Goossens with a full-on burnout getting ready to go for this qualifying moment. Let's see what Goossens can do on the two flyers. Such an experienced individual, the very popular Belgian, the Goose. Let's see if the Goose, his car is loose. Let's hope it's not, because he needs some grip underneath him for these two qualifying laps. Right up to the wall on the exit of the second corner. Good stuff so far by the looks of it. It looks smooth and it looks fast. That's the ultimate eyeball test. Not sure he's going to beat Vargas on this first flying lap, but he might well be in the 19s. Yes, a 19.879 on his first flying lap in the number 7 too. That's an exact tie with Martin Dubek right now. Shades of Montreal a few weeks ago, if you were keeping up with the Formula One. Let's see what Goossens does on the second lap. Can he go faster? Can he go top? No, not quite. A 19.795, but that's enough to go second fastest, and that's enough to show that Goossens could absolutely be contending for a podium come the race.
Yeah, that was a really good lap. Mark Goossens was fully committed, and I think he's really happy to be back on an oval. He had a big, big smile on his face all day long in the 3 practice sessions afterwards and before, and he was really happy to be back. Another one with not so much oval racing experience. It's Liam Hazemans, the younger brother of Loris Hazemans, a 2-time EuroNASCAR champion. Liam Hazemans already won the EuroNASCAR 2 championship, and now he's trying to step into the footsteps of his little brother and also win the EuroNASCAR Pro title. And he was really fast in free practice. He showed that he has the potential to be in contention for the pole position. So the next lap is going to be another warm-up lap. He has a different approach than Mark Goossens, but I think he's also one of those guys being capable of being in the 19s.
Definitely capable of being in the 19s. We're into the heavyweights. We're into our final 4. This man, Liam Hazemans, as he goes onto his first flying lap. Then it will be championship leader Vittorio Girelli. Then it's Gianmarco Ercli, our defending champion. And Paul Dufro, the wild card of the equation, who hadn't raced on an oval prior to this weekend. Liam Hazemans carries the speed nicely out of turn 4. Looks again like a solid lap. Low 20s, high 19s. What kind of time is it? It is a 19.563. It looks smooth. It was obviously very fast as well. He goes top on the first flying lap. Can he find yet more speed on our second time by the line? Liam Hazemans goes to a 19.doesn't improve, 19.608 on the second lap, but a 19.563 is a mighty impressive time. That brings us to about 2/10 of the best ever lap we've seen in qualifying here, a 19.358 from Anthony Kumpen back in 2017. Liam Hazemans has just put a line in the sand and said, jump it if you can.
Wow, this was a real impressive lap by Liam Hazemans. But you saw he was committed, he did the right line, and he got everything out of his machinery. Now we have Vittorio Girelli, and he won at Raceway Venray in his first season in EuroNASCAR. It was his first oval race ever, and he nailed it back then. And Vittorio Girelli, of course, he's our championship leader. He won already 4 races so far in this season. He's the man to beat. The 24 machinery fielded by PK Carsport the mastermind behind it is a multiple-time EuroNASCAR champion, Anthony Kumpen. So the 24 car is perfectly set up for this race. Vittorio Girelli knows exactly what it takes to be fast here. He already won at Raceway Venray, and I'm really curious about what he's able to do. The line looks really good, Adam.
Looks good, maybe a little bit shallow on the exit of turn 2, but let's see what the lap time is. First time by, it's going to surely be a 19, but a 19 point what? Immediately top, a 19.561. He goes 2,000th of a second quicker than Liam Hazeman's. Too shallow out of turn 2. I'll shut up, I clearly don't know. Very close to the wall coming out of turn 4. Let's have a look at Vittorio Girelli's time, a 19.507. That is a huge benchmark for everyone else to clear, and there's only 2 people left to try.
And one of those guys is Paul Dufault later on, but first we have the reigning champion, Gianmarco Ercoli. He also didn't have the perfect start to the season. I mean, at least on a sporting side. He became a dad. That was for sure one of his best moments in his life, but he's a little bit behind Vittorio Girelli in the championship standings, and Gianmarco Ercoli wants to close the gap before the end of the regular season. He's capable of being really, really fast on ovals, Gianmarco Ercoli. He had bad luck in the past. He had Raceway Venray, but the pace was always there, and he may be one of those drivers able to beat Vittorio Girelli, but it's going to be a tough challenge.
Certainly a mighty benchmark laid down by Vittorio Girelli. Gianmarco Ercoli carries a lot of speed through turn 1. Let's see what he can do now then in the Cal Racing car. The 54 has been notably absent from victory lane thus far in the 2024 season. A little loose there coming through 4, but still manages to carry good speed out of the corner. He goes third fastest, a 19.572, carries yet more speed through 1 and 2 by the looks of it on that occasion. Went very, very high up the banking through the first couple of corners. Has he found the 700ths of a second he needs to go top? He crosses the line, and Gianmarco Ercoli stays in third position. The last lap, a 19.691. Maybe a little bit too high, a little bit too much speed into turn 1 on that occasion, but it was a mighty effort from Gianmarco Ercoli, and it does also guarantee, come what may, a second row start, and that is more than good enough.
We saw a lot of improvement from the track during this qualifying session, that we end up in the 19.5s. I never ever imagined that this will happen. And now we have a Frenchman, the reigning EuroNASCAR 2 champion, Paul Dufault. First time on an oval. He was fastest in free practice on mixed conditions. It was really, really tough out there with some damp patches on the track. And now he has to beat such a benchmark on his first time out there in a qualifying session on an oval. But we know that Paul Dufault is really good in adapting to new situations. This young guy has a lot of talent. Can he show it also on an oval?
Unlike some of the other drivers, he just committed as soon as he exited the infield. He was on the money, on the pace. Let's see what his first flying lap looks like then. The number 3 RDV competition Ford Mustang in the hands of Paul Dufault comes out of T4. This is the first flying lap. What kind of time does he put in? He'll surely be up in the top 5 or 6. He goes 5th fastest, a 19.759. That's just about half a tenth off of his best from practice this morning. Can he find a little bit more to try and get onto the first 2 rows for the race later on? Dufault crosses the line, and the time is a 19.726. He knocks Ryan Vargas back to row 3. He will start in 4th position. Paul Dufault starting P4 then, but that means that Vittorio Girelli has done it. Girelli goes top, goes pole. Based on what we've seen from him this year, it shouldn't be a surprise, but Girelli has done it again.
He's done it again. An amazing job by Vittorio Girelli. And before I head down, did you ever did you expect a single car qualifying being so thrilling, so exciting. It was just amazing. Adam, I head down right now to catch a word with Vittorio.
You head down. My answer to your question is yes. I've long been an advocate of single one-by-one qualifying. I liked the old one-by-one format in Formula One. I know that's not a popular take, but that era was great fun. Qualifying was always interesting when that was going on. Ditch Q1, 2 and 3, please. But yes, I really like this qualifying format. The 2-lap dash around the half mile here at Raceway Venray. That was a great spectacle, edge of the seat stuff. Vittorio Garelli with a 19.507 put in a mighty lap time as it goes a little bit dark at turn 4. That was a really fast lap. It was actually all of 4 thousandths of a second off the fastest ever EuroNASCAR 2 time we've had here, which was a 19.503 for Steins Longin. It's also quicker than the fastest ever race lap here, which was Jacques Villeneuve back in 2019 in the EuroNASCAR Pro. So quicker than the fastest ever race lap in qualifying, which points to the track being in good stead for some exciting racing later on. It will be 100 laps of racing for the EuroNASCAR Pro division, and for those who aren't familiar with ovals, 100 laps sounds like a lot, but trust me, it is an absolute sprint. And the 70 laps yesterday in EuroNASCAR 2 absolutely flew by. If you want to know the time of the race, it will be airing live from 1:55 UK time. That's 14:55 local time here in the Netherlands and throughout most of Western Europe. Here is the 24 cars times then. Vittorio Garelli, this was the first flying lap. I thought he was a bit shallow into turn 2, or out of turn 2, but what did I know? He immediately went into the 19.5s, and he went even quicker still on the second flying lap. You can see the smoothness. You can see that he's not really having to combat with the car. It's not a boxing match of Vittorio Garelli versus Chevrolet Camaro. They're working in harmony. PK Carsport clearly put a great car underneath him, and he carried great speed out of turn 4. He was so close to the wall out of the corner. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. And Vittorio Garelli goes fastest, stays fastest, and is our pole sitter here at the Raceway Venray going into the 100-lap race later on today. Of course, we're staying live all day long here at the Raceway Venray. We will have interviews in just a few moments with our pole sitter, Vittorio Garelli, among others, but we are going to keep bringing you insights and information from throughout the paddock, courtesy of Andre Viegold throughout the day. We're staying live and staying with you all through the day, and it's going to be a very compelling race when we get there. Some great personalities in this EuroNASCAR paddock. I strongly suggest that you stay with us for the entirety of this broadcast, but as I said, beyond the Trackside show, it will be 1:55 that we start to go live with the pre-grid, with the countdown to the race itself. It's going to be a thriller here at the Raceway Venray, but I'm very curious to see what Vittorio Garelli has to say. He must know. He must have felt good in the car. It looked like it was doing everything right underneath him. It looked to be perfectly in unison with the Italian racer who, as we saw at the top of the broadcast, leads the way in the EuroNASCAR Pro standings. He has been the dominant force thus far in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series EuroNASCAR Pro division, and certainly it's anything but predictable what happens next. However, you'd be hard-pressed to bet against Vittorio Garelli, given what we've seen from him this year, given he has won here previously. The 24 car just heading back towards the paddock and towards the exit of turn 1, and just outside of turn 1 is where you'll find Andre Viegold and the Trackside show area, so I'm sure that Vittorio will pull up there and have a chat with Andre in just a few minutes. Let's talk you through the order then, remind you of the order they came. Vittorio Garelli tops the session. Liam Hasemans that will start on the outside of the front, on the inside, I should say, of the front row from second place. Erkeli and Dufro on row 2. Ryan Vargas with a very good qualifying, his best qualifying in EuroNASCAR Pro. He puts himself in 5th place for 3F Racing. The American superstar Mark Goosens takes 6th. Martin Dubek, 7th fastest in the number 7 car, our winner, of course, from EuroNASCAR 2 yesterday. Vladimir Osiortsis in 8th place. Sebastian Blakemolen in 9th. Tobias Downhauer rounding out the top 10, a good strong starting place for him. Thomas Krasonis starting 11th alongside Thomas Toffel. Victor Neumann in the 47 alongside Ulyss Delso, the 14. Liam Lambert in the 21 on his EuroNASCAR debut, 15th fastest. Lasserre only 16th. That will be a disappointment for the driver of the 33, I feel. Gordon Barnes coming in with a lot of late model experience, 17th fastest. Nick Strickler, 18th, and Konstantin Scholl, the slowest of our qualifiers. Vittorio Garelli, though, has the pole award and the honour of having a chat with Andre.
Thank you so much, Adam. We are live right now. Vittorio Garelli, you nailed it. A 19.5. The track was improving a lot, I think, over the day. It was not so hot like yesterday, so we saw an improvement in the lap time. But how did you get that last 10th of a second out of this 24 machinery?
Yeah, it was, I have to say, just when you go by your own, it's a lot of tension. But I was just I really wanted this, this pole position is the 4th in a row, the first rounds, so we're doing a very good job. Also, after the penalty, I had 20 points a few races ago. Everybody was chatting a bit too much, so we got the pole in Brands Hatch and we got the pole again now, so the chatter, better that they keep it a bit home, but I respect anyway any decision that the series took for little penalty, but let's look forward now. So we are starting on pole. Let's try to get it later on, and let's give a nice show to the fans, and let's see how it will go.
You said nice show to the fans or for the fans. Oval racing, what makes it so special for you?
Oval is amazing, really. Lots of high speed. I would love to race in real ovals, more high speed. This track, I have very good memories because I won on my debut here in 2019 in NASCAR 2. Let's do it again. So we have the 100% wins.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations, grazie mille, and maybe we see each other later in Victory Lane.
Have fun and enjoy.
Thank you.
There we go, Vittorio Garelli with a lot of reason to be optimistic. As I've said, we are staying live all through the day here, but we are now going to formally wrap this qualifying broadcast. But stay with us, we're staying live. Next up is the Trackside Show as Andre Viegold brings us all the news, all the views, and all of the personalities of the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series live from the Venray paddock.
Check, check. One, check one, check one, check one, check. Check one, check.
Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2.
And we are back for our Trackside show here at Raceway Venray. Welcome everyone, and I have one of the local heroes here with me, Liam Hazemans. You were so close to get the pole position in qualifying, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was just so close, you know. At the end of the day, I think Vittorio clinched the pole position on, what was it, I think 700ths of a second. But yeah, that's what makes Oval so nice, you know. I mean, I think the whole top 5, top 6 is like so close to each other. It's like in between a 10th, I think, of a second. So yeah, I felt it actually in the last lap, because I didn't want to over push the car. So yeah, I tried to take it a bit more easy, let's say. But yeah, I said it immediately on the radio. I was like, I think there was still a bit margin. But yeah, I have to settle for P2 and very happy with it. So it's cool.
The NASCAR Whelen Euro Series is based on road courses. We in Europe, we have a lot of road courses, but we lack a little bit of ovals. Now we're back at Raceway Venray, the DNA of NASCAR. Do you now feel like a real NASCAR gladiator taming this track?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, just like you say, Andre, it's the heart, you know, of NASCAR. I mean, oval racing is, let's say, the base of the whole NASCAR series, and it's finally awesome, you know, to have an oval back, of course. And yeah, also you see with the fans, you know, I mean, when you watch the live streaming or live on the Instagram of EuroNASCAR, you see much more people are asking for, yeah, can we have much more ovals for next year and try to push that. So yeah, it's nice that we see that the Euro Series are making this happen, and it's a great show. and my home track, of course. So yeah.
Your home track, how many people were at your box and tried to get some autographs and photos? Tons of them?
Yeah, that I actually don't know. You know, I mean, the Dutch people are always just such a nice atmosphere. It's a bit like in the UK, you know, when they are passionate about motorsport. It's just like in Brands Hatch, you know, where we have so many people. And no, yeah, a lot of people came by, people jumping in the car, sitting in the car. Well, that's what I do all the time. No joke. No, but it was very nice. I mean, the atmosphere is just crazy, and everybody enjoys it. You know. I mean, when you ask to the fans, do we say, yeah, do you like it? They say, oh, it's the best series, it's the best track you race on. So, no, very cool.
As a European NASCAR fan by myself, I've been asked a lot like, hey, those guys are just turning 4 times left. It's always the same. Ovals are all the same. It's quite easy. What would you tell them? What's so different? Why is it tough to race on an oval? Why it's so interesting as well?
Well, I can tell you it's not easy at all, that's for sure. Actually, it's really hurting a lot the neck, because we saw on the data, you pull, it's not that much G's, it's like the G-forces is around 2.3, 2.4, but the problem is because it's such a short track, you know, it's for a very long time. So you're all the time, you're leaning, and you work of course, your neck muscle. For example, Martin was driving yesterday. He was hesitating to participate in this race because he stepped out and he said, mate, if I need to do 100 laps this afternoon, my head is going to be somewhere on the racetrack. He said, it's going to fall off, you know. So no, it's really physical, and but it's really enjoyable as well, you know. So you try to put the pain aside and just push flat out as much as possible.
All right, thank you, Will. Thank you so much. I think you can now hand the microphone over to Vittorio Girelli or Paul Sitter. We stay live here. We just get our next guest in. We had him a few minutes ago in the qualifying broadcast, but now back on the Trackside show. Just 1 second, no worries. Ah, he's bringing the pole award back for sure, of course. Cannot miss that. Perfect. So, Vittorio, we talked about your qualifying lap already and about oval racing in general, but being back at Raceway Venray, being back at that kind of a track, what is it about the physical part? He said to me, Liam, that it's really hurting your neck, but I know you're a guy really into practice, into training, into fitness training. Do you also struggle a little bit here?
Yeah, this track is very physical for sure, but yeah, I've been last 3 weeks training 4 times a week, only my neck, plus all the other training. So I prepare this race very well. I feel in good energy, in good shape. So now, yeah, before the race, you have to also the tension you have. It makes you tired physically. You feel the legs heavy. So I have my ice bath now. I will go inside to cool down a bit and prepare for the race. You know, it's very important that you have energy throughout all the race, because you can't do mistakes here. You have to be 100% focused for all the time, you know?
What about 100 laps? You will start on the outside. It's the better line here at Raceway Venray. Yesterday in the EuroNASCAR 2 race, we saw a lot of people trying to dive to the inside, trying to attack. But after 1, 2, 3 laps, your tires are overheating on the inside. But if you're in the better position from pole position, you can defend on the outside line. So is it just don't do mistakes, stay on the outside and try to just defend the position? Or what is the strategy?
Yeah, basically we know the outside lane is better, is faster, is more grip also. So we just have to make a good start and get into the rhythm straight away. So that we managed, you know, to keep the P1. Then it's tricky in this track, because you will find lapped cars after maybe 10 laps already. So you have to be also, and the lapped cars have to be also responsible, you know, to go low to give us the way. But it's not always like that. So often it happens that you have to battle even with the lapped guys, which is not great. You know, it's not ideal for your tires and everything. But we'll try to keep the focus and try to get it.
Going so close to the wall, just try to get the people in inside how it is as a driver. I've been here on that track for 50 to 100 laps in a late model, so I know how it feels like, because you cannot really see anything inside of those cars, but you know that the wall is there. How do you approach that? What is your mindset going on an oval like this?
Basically, yeah, you have to really focus on your references, so your braking points, your turn-in points, when you go on the throttle, you know. and you can't have feeling references. You need the visual references to make it work. It's yeah. I think I kissed it a few times, also in the practice. But yeah, it's to be fast. You have to really go for it, and for sure you will kiss it.
All right, thank you so much. So you had also the Venray stripes, we call it right now. So thank you so much, grazie mille. Can you now hand over the microphone to Gianmarco Ercoli and we go to the next guest?
Thanks and have fun.
All right, thank you so much, Gianmarco Ercoli, the next one to be here on our show. He's preparing right now, coming to us. The reigning EuroNASCAR Pro Champion, buongiorno, Gianmarco. I hope you had a beautiful day here at Raceway Venray in free practice and qualifying. Can you tell us what happened to your car, what about your performance? Can you just tell us how it was so far?
So the job of the team is perfect from the first free practice, the second, and we are ready for the rain. So I think we are only the one team ready for the rain with new tires used. So I think if rain, I can have a good possibility. In the qualifying, I force a lot in the first lap, so the time is good. And in the second lap, I try more fast in the turn one, and I lose the correct speed. So the time is good. I start in P3. It's better P3 than the P2. Vittorio is fast, but I think in the race I can try to overtake the first, because I like the oval race. I like the oval mood. So for overtake here is important the balls. And I like show that.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much for saying that, because it's important. You have to be brave to race on an oval, to overtake on an oval. Yesterday we saw some people trying, but they didn't manage to make the pass, especially Ryan Vargas versus Claudio Capelli. It was an amazing battle, but you say you have the balls, quote, to take the first place from Girelli.
Yeah.
You have it. You try. All right. Stay here. Just one more question about oval racing. You had a little bit of bad luck at Raceway Venray in the past, but we saw your pace was always good, always solid. Your team always did an amazing job preparing the cars. So tell me reasons. Why are you going to be in victory lane and not Vittorio?
So in the last years, I remember so 2016. I was really fast and I stay for all the race in first position after a good overtake to the owner of the team of Vittorio, to Anthony. And in the second race I battle a lot with Garcia and I stay first, but in mechanic in two lost me the possibility to win and I stopped the car. So the other race 2019 I start to the back and step by step I arrive to the front, but not really fast. Today I think I have a good speed for try to stay near the first and try to overtake, but it's important push hard from the first to the last laps. So it's important have that speed to the start, from the start to the finish.
All right, perfect. So thank you so much, grazie mille. Can you hand over the microphone to Vladimir Tsortsis, our next guest?
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Gianmarco Ercoli, the reigning EuroNASCAR Pro Champion. And now we're back to Vladimir Tsortsis. We already talked to each other yesterday in the broadcast, but now you have been in the car, and I know that oval racing is something completely new to you. So tell me, how does it feel like?
Yeah, I mean, we did a good job during qualifying. Unfortunately, on the last lap, I lost the rear at the last corner, so I have to lift. It's something new for me. Of course, we will push. The consistency will be the key of that race. I think we all know about it. So it will be a long race. So yeah, we keep pushing, and consistency is one of our keys. So.
We already said in the broadcast that you had a really good pace over the full year, but you were really unlucky being involved in some incidents here and then. That's normal. The young guys always with their phones. No, don't worry. But how do you want to turn the tide? How do you want to turn around the season? Because we see you're fast, but we don't see it in the results. But I think you still have enough time to gain some points before the regular season ends and to attack during the playoffs, right?
Yeah, this is our main goal, to score as many points as possible, because as you saw, the luck was not at our side. So even if I was fast, everything what was happening was coming to us. So anyway, it's a new beginning. We are starting P8 in good position for good points, and we will do the maximum so that bad luck anyway is changed, but we want to confirm it today.
Again, back to oval racing for the first time. You said consistency is going to be key. To be on the outside is also going to be a key. But as an oval racing rookie, Gianmarco Ercoli, and I quote, said you need to have the balls to overtake. Will you play it safe and manage the risk a little bit because you don't have the good luck this season, or you're going to attack?
I am going to attack, but always by being smart. This is the most important for all of us. So I think even if you are the fastest out there, the consistency and also the head will pay out at the end.
Yesterday we saw not a single caution lap, not a single crash, a lot of respectful driving. Do you expect the same in the EuroNASCAR Pro?
I think yes, because the drivers do not have another choice. They have to choose or to finish the race and be in their car, or to find the wall. So you have to choose. So in order to have a nice race and fair play race, I think the most important is to give some great show to the fans that are here today, and respect each other.
Great show to the fans. Do you think oval racing is part of the DNA of NASCAR and also EuroNASCAR to bring this unique show, because there's no other series in Europe doing something like this?
Of course. Even in my island, when they heard that Venray is back this year, Oval, they were so excited that we need Oval. We need, because it's something different, and you can see other drivers being fast on Oval, so it's something different.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. I think before we get to the next guest, we're going to play now some highlights of the road course racing we have in EuroNASCAR, and then we go back to the Trackside show. So a little clip right now from the highlights of the 2024 season.
The EuroNASCAR Pro season, 18 laps of racing, is about to get underway. Vittorio Garelli on the inside of the front row. Tobias Downhauer will look for some momentum around the outside. Row 2 of the grid, Fabrizio Armetta and Sebastian Bleekemolen. Let's see who leads them. It's going to be Downhauer. It is Garelli being really swept up by the field. It's Downhauer that leads the way. He's followed by the 69 of Bleekemolen. Third place will be Garelli, but it's all kicked off in the back of shot. Siortsis involved in that. Dombrovski facing the wrong way. I'd say at least half a dozen cars caught up in an incident early on there for 11th place. Yes, it was. But look at this defensive driving from Lasser, and look at Dubek. He takes his opportunity to dive to the inside there of the 54. Thomas Tafel taking the opportunity as well. Gianmarco Ercoli there finding out the hard way that once the door is open, these drivers will kick it down. It's of course something he knows all too well.
I have to say, he's really doing a good job. He has Vittorio Garelli right at his back bumper, and right now, 0 mistakes. He's not really blocking, he's just staying on the ideal line, on his line, and he's not doing any mistake. He's really coping with the pressure right now, right?
Yeah, he really is. Tobias Downhauer, of course, the only driver to win, the only German driver to win a NASCAR sanctioned event. He would love to secure himself an early championship lead. 2.5 seconds, the gap between himself and Sebastian Bleekemolen in second place right now. Of course, Bleekemolen, a multiple-time champion in the world of Clio Cup racing. And if anything sets you up for a career of wheel-to-wheel action, it is Clio Cup racing.
And here we have Jean-Marc Oeppel getting really right outside of the last turn, and this is maybe the opportunity for Paul Dufaux to take another position.
Martin Dubek entering the pit lane, Paul Dufaux on the inside of our reigning champion. It's both of our reigning champions side by side, and Paul Dufaux moves up to 7th position.
And that's the same for Girelli. A bad start, now he's 3rd. He's trying to pass Sebastian Blekemolen, but at the moment he finds no way around the 69 car. And I have to say, you talked about Sebastian Blekemolen's sporting successes in different series, but what I also want to point out, he's the team manager of the team, and they have a total of 5 cars here on track, 4 own cars, and they also take care of the 3-up racing car of Ryan Vargas. So they really prepare 5 cars during one race weekend. Those are really busy Dutch crew members up there. Yep.
Downhauer is slow. The race leader seemingly has had a problem out there on the circuit. Now, is he going to head for the pit lane? We heard on the grid with you, Andre, that he had some oil leaks in the previous race. Is this or in the qualifying session, I should say? Is this a continuation of the issues that Dominic Schack found out about in quali? Doesn't matter really what the issue is. The net result is that Downhauer is heading into pit lane as we speak, and Vittorio Girelli takes the lead back. Vittorio Girelli, who started this race from pole position. Vittorio Girelli, meanwhile, absolutely dominant at the front of the order. He's had a sensational race in at the 24, returning to PK Car Sport many years later. A former champion in single-seaters, a former EuroNASCAR 2 champ as well, a driver that we have always pegged as a potential championship contender. We finally saw that come true in EuroNASCAR Pro last year. Was right up there in the title fight until the end of the season. Dufaux will be 2nd in the championship at the conclusion of this first race, behind only our race winner Vittorio Girelli. There is the 24 PK Car Sport machine. Who will line up on pole position for this one in the 50 car. He's alongside Martin Dubek in the
We are back with our trackside show here at Raceway Venray in the Netherlands, and our next guest is Ulysse Delsor from France, one of our veteran drivers, not age-wise, but with your experience in this series. You have been on ovals in the US, in Europe, but first of all, let's talk about qualifying. How was it out there?
It's hard because I make a mistake in the warm-up laps, and I'm not in the top 10, but the race will be very long. We have 10 laps. No, not 10
100 laps. Yeah, don't worry.
Sorry.
No worries. No worries. Let's go.
And yes, but we will see what happened for the race. And my goal is to be to survive. And we will see what happened if we have a restart, or I hope to not have a contact or crash, because this is a well challenge where we worked on this strike like that. But yes, in the past I was in USA, and I make some race in Whelen American Series, and also in Can Pro Series. But yes, it's very different in USA compared in Europe. But it's a challenge.
talk about oval racing. When you sit in the car, you just have 4 corners, but those are really challenging corners because you have to carry a lot of speed. You're going over 160 kph in average on a lap, 200 kph at the end of the straight. It must be a tough challenge, right?
Very, very big challenge, and it's very and also it's very difficult to overtake. And when 6 years ago, when I was winning in Tour, I was in pole position, and when you are in pole position, you are many chance to winning the race, but. Yeah, we have traffic. We have the condition. If maybe it will be raining on the west, and we don't know what happened, but we will see.
We will see for sure. Do you like oval racing? Because you've done it in the US, so you must be a big oval racing fan, right?
This is not my. I prefer the road track, and because when I was a kid, I was watching Formula One every time, and often always I am the road track is my I love that, but the only oval I like, and for me it's one of the big races in the world. It's Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, of course, with the Indy 500 of the IndyCar series with so much heritage. I know that you're into the old Formula One legends, that you have a lot of idols that raced even before I was born. So, and I'm not the youngest anymore. Do you have a favorite NASCAR driver from the past?
No, I say Jeff Gordon, but yes, it's a good guy. But I'm Formula One and also another series. We have many drivers who rode in oval track. Graham Hill, Jim Clark winning the Indianapolis 500 in 1965, and he winning the championship Formula One the same year. And Graham Hill has the triple because he winning 24 Hours of Le Mans and Indianapolis 500 and Monaco Grand Prix, and it's the only driver winning these 3 races in the world.
What we discovered right now is that you're a living history book of motorsport history. Thank you so much, Ulysse Descent. Merci beaucoup. And we see you later on the racetrack again. Can you now give the microphone to our next guest? I think Joe Bellish is behind the camera. So just give him the microphone and we keep on talking about this amazing show. Thank you so much, Ulysse Descent. Mr. Joe Bellish, please take a seat. We already talked about oval racing yesterday on the Trackside show, and this morning we had a very special condition. We had some rain, and I saw drivers go out on rain tires. I know it's already a thing also now in the US,
yes.
But in the European NASCAR series, we did it for almost a decade right now, that we're also racing on rain tires on an oval. Why is it possible on a short track?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the speeds that the cars are driving at. With a short oval, you're at a lower speed than you would be at on a big super speedway. We know that we have a very good rain tire that Hoosier provides us. It's got a lot of grip in it, a lot of on an oval, you need the side force in the tire. It provides the side force, gives the drivers the stability that they need to race on the oval. So, looking back, I think Tour was the first race that I experienced racing on the oval in the rain, and it was a success. And, we're just carrying all of that forward. Obviously, many races on the road courses in the rain. And we know that the tire has a lot of grip on the road courses. It's working very well here at Raceway Venray.
Yeah, we haven't seen any spray also in free practice, so the visibility was also there, so they could really turn fast laps. I want to talk about yesterday. 70 laps, no cautions, but intense battles. I know that you're watching races not only from a fan's eye, but also from a serious eye, so you must be very happy with the respect that the drivers showed yesterday in the race, right?
I am. You know, that all started really with our first driver's briefing, where we talk to the drivers about you have to respect the racetrack, you have to respect each other, and you have to give more than you take on a short oval. And you know, one of the comments that I made was, you can't win the race in the first laps, but you could lose the race in the first laps. Again, road racing versus oval racing, you may run more laps side by side, nose to tail on a short oval than you ever do in some other races. And so you have to give those drivers the respect, and you also have to maybe give that driver, in US terms, a few more inches, a few more centimeters, right, than you would normally give them on a different track. And I think all the drivers really did that. I have to applaud not only the drivers, but the spotters who are helping with that in managing the gaps with the cars, and also with the team managers that have put a lot of work into making these cars work on the short oval as well. So really a full team effort from every one of the teams that we have in the field this weekend.
I also think that you look at the technical side, to the racing, to the experience. After 5 years, no oval racing in European NASCAR Series, we had some evolutions also in the car. When you look at the product we have right now, are you satisfied with what you saw yesterday? And are you already planning to do some changes or improvements for next year?
Okay, so as far as being satisfied with the car, I'm a racer, right? So racers are never satisfied with the car. They always think they can make the car better. But I think we have a very, very good product on the racetrack. I think it gives the drivers the stability that they need to race. Are there improvements we could make? There are things we should look at. Yes, absolutely. And we'll take all our notes from this weekend. We'll go back, we'll analyze them, we'll compare them to other cars that are racing on ovals and say, what are the things that we potentially could change to help the drivers a little more on an oval racetrack? I know from the suggestions that the drivers have given me is they would like to see a little more camber in the left front tire. Okay, so that's something that we could work on between now and the next oval race, but make sure that we get all the teams the proper information. One thing we did in preparation for this event was we prepared a setup sheet for all the teams. And we looked at a lot of data, and we gave all the teams what we thought was a good basic setup. And I think it really helps get everybody really pretty close in those first practices.
I think you already nailed it, and I'm really looking forward if we even improve a little bit the product, but I think the baseline is already a really high bar. Thank you so much, Joe Bellish.
You're welcome.
I think we have the next one already lined up there. It's Luca Lasser. So can you just hand over the microphone that we go to our next guest?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much,
right.
Mr. Joe
Good
Bellish.
deal. Thank you. Luca.
And
hi, buddy.
Many thanks, Joe.
You're welcome. I hope that works.
all right,
Thank you.
Luca, just take a seat. I have to always to be a little bit careful when I say the word veteran. I don't mean the age, I just mean the experience. But you're one of those most experienced guys on the EuroNASCAR paddock, and you're back on in a racing car with your own team, Speedhouse. How was it to be out there today with the mixed conditions in free practice and dry track in qualifying?
The first thing is I discovered the track because I never compete here. So Venray for me is the first time, and I'm a rookie.
That's strange.
And also I compete in Oval 14 years ago, so it was totally different in USA. It was in USA also, so for me it was totally new without the setup, the basic setup here. So we need just to take time to be relaxed about the situation, because we have just one race here. We will have 2 other races on the regular season in most before the playoff. So I need just to score points here. The plan is to score points with the 2 cars, and to have the championship in general in the mind.
That's what we already said in the broadcast. We talked to each other yesterday, and I said that you and your team are looking to have the big picture in mind here at Raceway Venray to manage the risk a little bit. But when you're in the car, how does it feel like to be so close to the wall, to go with 160 kph through the bank corners? It must be so different compared to street courses that you experience and road courses that we have on the schedule in EuroNASCAR.
Yeah, it's totally, for sure, it's totally different. But I have a lot of experience on the street circuit. So on the street circuit, like in Po, because I born in Po, you know, you are close to the wall and the rails and so on. So it's not a problem that the thing is just to be sure and to have 100% confidence on your car, on the grip on your car, especially in lateral. And it's not the case today. So we need, when it's you have this condition, you need to be a little bit inside to be sure that you will finish the race. Because at the end, the most important thing is to finish the race.
This was from your driver's perspective, but you're also the team owner of Speedhouse, you're one of the driver coaches, you're one of the engineers, you do everything by your own. When you look at the performance of your drivers, of Ulysse Desson, Florian Richard, and all the others, Ariana, for example, who has a lot of experience also in this series, are you satisfied with what they did on the oval so far?
Yeah, I think Florian, for the first time also, did a very, very good job. Ulysse is faster than me, so... so you know, no comments.
Yeah, he proved it already.
So,
yeah.
And Ariana did also a very, very competitive race yesterday with a good pace, you know, for his, with his experience. But no, it's just me. I need to feel perfectly my car, and if the feeling is not good, it's complicated for me to push, because I need it's my manner to work and to feel and to push. So it's complicated at 46 years old to change my brain.
I totally understand that. I'm getting into that age that it's already a little bit harder to adapt to situations. Yeah. I totally understand that point. Thank you so much, merci beaucoup, for being here in the Trackside show. And right now we're going to a highlight clip of this season, so enjoy some road course racing we had in the past events, and then we go back with more drivers and interviews here at Raceway Venray. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
As we go racing, Aldrin Rowe with a decent start from the outside of the front row of the grid. Can he cling on around the outside? No, look at that, Garelli with a very good start, and Downhauer getting unsettled and loose there. Going into turn 2, he did very well to hold that one off. Some leaning back further behind, that was Gianmarco Ercoli there squeezing out Luca Lasser.
There's a lot of pressure coming from behind, and I think that Gianmarco Ercoli lost one position after the start. I saw him in 4th position, right?
Yeah, he was in 4th, but then Goossens, by the time they got to turn 4, had already found his way back through, and it is Goossens just ahead of him. Goossens, who sounded a little bit surprised by his own qualifying performance, to be there on the 2nd row of the grid at the moment. So Haseman's doing a good job. There goes Ercoli to the inside. That was a good dive there. Goossens left the door open, was trying to get a good run out of the corner, and Ercoli took the opportunity. I wonder if Goossens was maybe playing it a little bit careful, maybe just wanted to allow Ercoli through. It's hard to say whether that was leaving the door open with intent or not. Everyone, I think, might be slowing. Is this a full course yellow situation? Yes, it is. So full course yellow has been declared. I wonder, because we saw Tefeld coming out of the pit lane, I wonder if his car hasn't gotten back underway, or maybe whether Dario Casa was slowed down.
If this would have been a safety car period, then we would even add the numbers behind the safety car on top of the race distance.
Full course yellow board is withdrawn there, and Tobias Downhauer sees it immediately, but even quicker than that is Gianmarco Ercoli. He profits massively, moves up to second place, was quick on the buzzer there. Oh, and Downhauer bouncing across those curbs. That can't have been good for man or car, bouncing across those sausages on the outside of turn 7. That looked really, really uncomfortable. Dubek, of course, wearing the red banner. He's the EuroNASCAR 2 championship leader. Lock up there from Mark Goossens as Dubek just gives him a little bit of a nudge, a little bit of push to say, yep, I'm very much here. And look at that. Goossens knew that Dubek was going to go to the inside there. Uncompromising driving from both parties as they come through 12 and 13, the last couple of corners of this Autodromo Vallelunga. So it's all very heat on there. Ercoli, meanwhile, under pressure from Luca Lasser, who himself has a penalty, so this is a fight for second place, but it's not really a fight that Ercoli needs to actually get involved with, and I think with that in mind, he allowed Luca Lasser the inside line there. He said, you know what, you need to make up some time, I've heard about this penalty you've got, go through, and I'm not going to worry about it. Here comes Martin Dubek, studying the rear of Mark Goossens, and of course, this is strictly going to be more than likely for a podium position unless Lasser can now get some good laps in. As we look at Dubek to the inside of the 72 car, Mark Goossens holds on though around the outside. Dubek again on the offensive, and these two are definitely going to be holding each other up with shenanigans like that. So what's not in doubt this weekend, though, is that Gorelli is the man to beat. He came in as championship leader. This is a circuit near and dear to his heart, and he takes the checkered flag. Second place across the line is Lasser, but his penalty will drop him back behind Gianmarco Ercoli.
And we are back for a Trackside show at Raceway Venray, and our next guest is a oval racing rookie, but a EuroNASCAR 2 champion, Paul Jouffreau, RDV Competitions young gun, youngster. You have been on an oval track for the first time this weekend, and you already nailed it. It was an amazing lap in qualifying, right?
Yeah, I was hoping for sure the P1, and yeah, I wasn't. My lap wasn't too bad for me from my POV without knowing what the others have done, but yeah, I was pretty happy. So yeah, I think I have a really good car for the race now. I think we will be able to put a lot of pace for all the race. So yeah, I'm really happy of the setup. So yeah, P4 is inside line, second row, so it's not the goal, but I think we can do a really good race.
I know that you have your heart on your tongue. You always say what you think, and everybody was really analytic when I asked them how is oval racing. But now, from your perspective, first time, walls close by, banking, short track racing, how was it for you for the first time?
It's for me, it makes me happy to be a racing driver. You know, it's I'm so happy now. You know, after even yesterday, the 30 minutes of driving, I was happy for all the day. Now I'm just discovering new feelings, and it's amazing. I understand now all the American hype around the oval racing. It's for me, it's really, really amazing. I will do for sure on oval races after, and it's amazing.
Did you already had a moment where the wall was getting a little bit too close to you?
I know where you want me to.
Yeah, we talked about it, yes.
Yeah.
But you had one, right? A moment.
Yeah.
But everybody had one. We call it the Venray stripes when you get it.
Yeah, but if you look at my car, all the right door is really scratched. So yeah, this morning I made this, we can say a stupid mistake. I don't know, I almost took the pit wall at maybe 80 kilometers per hour. So yeah, it was a bit, I was a bit scared, and even in the quali or in the practice, you are always at the limit, so there's sometimes you go a little bit over, and so the car, you feel it instantly the car puts 45 degrees, so wow, yeah.
But you said you have already been on the limit. As an oval racing rookie, how do you develop your racing style, your driving style to get to the limit? I think with the limited track time we have here, it's really tough to adapt that fast.
Yeah, it's all the work is on that. Every driver here can do the pole position, but you have to be the first one able to do it. We don't have a lot of track time. We have to manage with that. So yeah, I was driving a lot on iRacing in my home for finding some technical aspects from the little thing you need to do the pole lap, for example. And yeah, for sure it helped me a lot. I also called my older teammate Fred Gabillon that does a lot of oval racing in his career. So yeah, I was taking all experience I could everywhere. And yeah, when you are in the car, it's really strange because all the feelings you had, you never had that before. So you have to go in the jungle and yeah, let the car go and yeah, and cross the finger.
Perfect, perfect. Which track did you use on iRacing to practice? Do you remember?
Yeah, I was practicing a lot at Phoenix because it's not that type of oval, but it's braking, then throttle. For sure, a super speedway will not help me, but you know NASCAR in the United States made iRacing championship every year at the winter, and it's all the drivers outside of United States, and we do a lot of oval racing. And for the little story, the first oval we had with American driver, I think I was practicing for like 7-8 hours just oval, and I was thinking, yeah, now my time is not bad. And we enter in the practice server with everyone, and I was 6/10 behind the American guys. I was like, oh, it's possible. I passed 7 hours. It was like, yeah, 2,000 laps. And yeah, so after you look at them, you understand how they do that. It's not the technical we have in Europe for road racing, for sure. And yeah, I was really impressed because a good driver in the oval always has his steering wheel straight. He turns with the gas, he turns with the brake, but his steering wheel is not moving. And the line, they are exiting the turns at 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter of the wall. So yeah, and I try to do the same. You have to have confidence, and I have a lot of confidence in my team in RDV competitions that always make me a supercar. So yeah, I think the combo team and preparation made me able to be competitive.
All right, thank you so much. I think we go now to the next one. Konstantin Schöll is already ready in the back of the camera. No, we start with you. Yeah, don't worry. And you just pass over the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the insights. Paul Giuffreau. And now we come to not only a oval racing rookie, but also an EuroNASCAR rookie. Konstantin Schöll, thank you so much for joining us. Hello. We could talk in German, but we stay in English, okay? Yeah. First time EuroNASCAR. A car without any electronic helpers, nothing, zero, no electronics. H-pattern gear shift, 400 horsepower, V8. How was it for you out there?
Well, I've driven cars similar to that one before, but this is completely different to what I've ever tried. Also on the oval, I've tried this car on a test day in Zolder before, but the tracks are completely different. This oval racing is something I haven't quite got the confidence in yet. But it's very, very interesting, and it's definitely an experience I will not regret.
You come from GT racing mainly. I've seen you racing in German championships, for example, and all over the European racetracks in GT races. How come that you try out EuroNASCAR?
Well, we had contact with a friend of ours, and he told us that the team is looking for a driver, and I thought, well, just another car I want to have an experience driving in, and yeah, we just tried the test day, and I thought I really liked the car, and that's why I said, why not try also a race?
Oh, that sounds really good. Do you even think about doing a full season in EuroNASCAR, or is it just a tryout and see to get more experience in another car?
Oh well, now I'm gaining the experience, and maybe in 1 or 2 years I can do the whole championship. It's definitely a championship I really like, and I think it's the organization is amazing, and yeah, I really like the series, and I think it's definitely a series I can see myself doing a whole year in.
What about oval racing? First time the wall's so close to yourself, you have to go on the outside lane to be fast. How was it on an emotional level, not the technical level, not the analytic level, more like how did you feel in the car when you were first time out there?
Well, it's definitely confusing when you drive and you think you're going fast, and then you look at the videos and the data, and you see how the people are going like 10 meters later on the brakes, going straight into the wall, and then just before the wall they start to turn with such more speed that it's not. I'm not capable of seeing how they do it. Yeah, it's really difficult. But yeah, we'll have a 100-lap race now, and I hope I get enough time to figure it out. But yeah, it's very difficult to just try, because the walls are so close, and just if you make it wrong, you're definitely in the wall.
Definitely, yes. So it looks like you have a lot of fun in EuroNASCAR and in oval racing. I wish you good luck for the race. I think that's it. The next driver up there is our next guest, also a EuroNASCAR rookie for the first time. So just hand over the microphone. But this time I cannot talk about I cannot talk about oval racing rookie I've heard so far. Our commentator from the UK, just sit down please. From the UK said you come from the short oval racing scene in the UK. I'm a big fan. I grew up on auto speedway racing tracks with Brisca Formula 1, Brisca Formula 2, the National Hot Rods, the Saloon Stockers and all those classes around. So you have your roots there?
Yes, father raced super stocks here in Venray many years ago, so I was 8 years old when I was last here.
Oh, the old track then?
Old track, yeah. And I had a brief spell in super stocks, which is essentially a Brisca F2. Yeah, that's what I've done. So.
But those are short tracks, 300 to 500 meters.
Yeah, nothing like this.
This is a half-mile oval, banked oval.
Yeah.
Those racetracks you raced on are flat.
Yeah.
This is a completely different story. Can you tell me how it was for you?
Exciting. That's brilliant. It's pretty much everything I expected. Harder than I thought, but that's what it's all about. I'm enjoying getting to grips with it. Qualifying, I wasn't too pleased. In free practice, I got down to a 20.3 and got 20.4 in quali. I was hoping for a sub 20, if I'm honest. The car felt like it had it in it. It was me.
But I think it was still a decent lap for the first time in a EuroNASCAR car. Tell me something about the car, H-pattern gear shift, but that you should be used to do that. Yeah. But it's an old school racing car, right?
Oh yeah, it's raw. If there's one word, it's raw. It's just brakes, throttle, go. Yeah, it's good.
So no electronic aids, nothing, zero. So now you're on an oval in EuroNASCAR. Did you taste blood? Do you also want to try it out on a road course?
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's the problem here. I think you might see me in Czech.
I would like to see you next time at circuit at the Most Autodrome.
Yeah.
Do you like to do that?
We've checked the calendar and we're free, so potentially yes.
Oh, potentially, this is a really good thing.
We'll see how we get on.
Yeah, we're going to announce it if you confirm it 100%. So don't worry. Okay. But now we know that you want to do it. That's very good to know.
Yeah.
Something about the racing, something about, you saw yesterday, 70 laps, no cautions, no accidents, a lot of respect between the drivers. Are you looking forward to race 100 laps with the best European NASCAR drivers?
Yes, yeah, I am, yeah. Hopefully we can put on the same show and I can make it through the 100 laps.
That's a goal, to see the checkered flag. Last time, Jack Davidson at Brands Hatch, he got the first win of his team, of his career, but he was also the first British driver to ever win a EuroNASCAR race, something very special in this pink machine. Do you like the paint scheme?
I'm not a big fan of pink, but it stands out. You can see the
definitely.
car, that's good for the people at home watching. They can spot the car easy. And yeah, that was brilliant. I watched that on YouTube. I couldn't make it down to Brands. I was actually hoping to potentially have done Brands as being a home circuit, but I couldn't make it. So yeah, I watched from YouTube, and yeah, proud of him. He done well.
All right, so thank you so much, Leon Lambert, one new face in EuroNASCAR, and we now play some highlights of the 2024 season, and we will be back with some more guests later on in this Trackside show. So see you later.
We've got 38 laps to shake everything out, and it's going to be a thriller at Brands Hatch. We are underway and racing for the first time this weekend in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series at American Speedfest 11. And it's Garelli that leads the way. It's Paul Giffreau who pushes through to second place. Dubek now under pressure as well from Luca Lasser, who's looking to the inside. The inside row is really the place to be. Jack Davidson also leading a bit of a queue as well there in 13th place. He and Max Maserati, the two UK flag drivers in this race, running in tandem. But Tafel is slowing down. Thomas Tafel losing positions in very sharp order here. What's wrong with the 34 Race Art Technology car? He peels it off the circuit but then spins on the grass. Tafel, I think, was having an issue with drive. Looked like it just wasn't accelerating anymore, and then he spun it on the grass. We are now back underway, and once again, as we saw actually in Vallelunga, Garelli has dropped off and made sure that he doesn't gain an advantage. He definitely made up some time though. Dubek, Lasser, Urkeli running in tandem there in 3rd, 4th and 5th place as we will now lap 17 as we cross the line. You can see the rain on the camera at Paddock Hill Bend. I don't think this one is staying dry, ladies and gentlemen. Be ready for safety car procedure. Safety car is out. That's just been declared on the official channels. The safety car will be put out there. And I think that's because it was starting to be a bit of a liability for these cars to be on slick tyres. Cars are rolling towards the start line. We go racing once again in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. And look at that, Giffreau gets a really good start. Not necessarily what Garelli would have wanted from that. It might still be a little bit greasy out there on the circuit. They're going to have to be careful as this race fires back into life. Lap 23 of the race. They're 2 and 3 wide once again here. Lasser looks like he's gotten past Dubek. He's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. He takes 3rd position. Luca Lasser in the 33 car, then up to 3rd. Dubek down to 4th. Urkeli 5th. Delso 6th. We might see some shuffling there on the fringe of the top 10. Dubek has a go to the inside of Lasser. That was a little bit brave. I was worried that he was going to leave his nose in there. This is now a battle for 2nd place. Giffreau under a lot of pressure from Lasser, and Dubek making all kinds of shapes in the rearview mirror of the Speedhouse boss's car. Brilliant battle for 2nd place. Ooh, Dubek there with a bit of a snap through Paddock Hill Bend. I think it might be starting to sprinkle a little again. Garelli, Giffreau, Lasser, still the order. We are on the penultimate lap of the race. This is lap 39 of the race. Lasser, your top 3, but I think that 2nd and 3rd place may swap before long, because Lasser is really shadowing him at this stage. Garelli has once again got a car length. He'll be relieved, no doubt, by that. Garelli to claim yet another win in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. The dominance of PK Carsport and Garelli continues here.
And we are back with our Trackside show here at Raceway Venray. And next to me, Roy Hendricks. And we have to clarify something. I see it often in the social media comments. It's Hendricks Motorsport. So the S is a Hendricks. It's not Hendrick Motorsports from the US because you're Dutch. And you are a child of the Raceway Venray because you grew up here, you raced here by yourself, and now you're one of the most successful team owners in EuroNASCAR history. Thank you so much for being here. So can you tell me your history at this track, even the old track?
Well, basically when I was 16, my cousin and myself, we started racing in the small oval on the old track across the street. We did that for like, I think 14 years. And it developed from the small track we went to the bigger one where these cars are driving now. And in the meanwhile, we started the EuroNASCAR team also. So basically, we did a lot of laps turning left.
Definitely, definitely. And this must be an advantage because you know this track like the back of your hand, you know every inch, you know every bump. You developed a lot of things here at the track. It's also based here. You have your base here with a lot of activities going around. So you really have your home race here. Do you feel like home? Is it something very special to be here with your team?
Yes, but it is also very stressful because people expect us to win here, but it's not that easy.
But why? Why isn't it that easy? If you have the experience, why isn't it easy to master an oval like this?
Oval racing is not as predictable as people think. It's not as easy as people think. These cars are not built specifically to drive on an oval. They are road race cars and we are limited to what we can do. There is no testing possibilities before, so we really have to dig into our history, dig into our experience to find a good base setup when we come here. And the first few laps is always very nervous to see if we did it right, but well, until now it looks like it.
But Liam and Jill, they really do a good job. Jill yesterday, a lot of bad luck. I think he caught a puncture after hitting some debris on the track. So he had a decent pace. The 50 car, we saw it in qualifying already, is very fast. So what do you think Liam Hazemans is capable of doing today?
Well, Liam is fast with everything he drives in, basically. And well, he knows what he is doing. He can keep his calm because it's 100 laps. And, you know, basically I always say in oval racing the first 5 laps and the last 5 laps count. And the rest in the middle is making sure you get to the end and have some tires left, because that's the limit, especially with these cars and these tires on this track. The tires are the limit in the end, and you want something you want some tire left in the end. Basically, that's where the fighting is going to be in the end.
Have you ever driven a EuroNASCAR car on the oval by yourself?
No.
Never really? You
No.
never jumped into your own car?
No. Because there is not much testing possibility here. I did drive the V8 Oval Series, which is completely different stuff, but maybe from the outside it looks a little bit the same. But I did that for a few years. But basically, lately I'm not driving that much anyway because I'm so busy with the team and with the company. So my goal has shifted to driving myself to making fast cars for other drivers.
But that's also your daily business, so you're totally committed to motorsports.
Yeah.
You started as a driver with the dream of becoming a champion, winning titles, winning racing. Now you try to build up or to keep this championship winning organization. Can you give me a short insight how your daily business looks like? What are you doing day by day?
Well,
it's really complicated.
Yeah,
but
it's very
really
diverse. But basically, after each race, the cars are like serviced like in a. Well, I think we spend 40 hours per car. to really service them, check them, prepare them for the next event. We have also another racing series we do, so we do basically the same cycle with that stuff. We sell parts, race car parts, that's a big part of our business, but we are also producing our own. And that's getting bigger and bigger more and more now because of the situation now with power supply and so on. So basically we are like running our legs off all day. And I have 1 week left now and then I have 3 weeks of holiday and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, the summer break. But are you also start missing racing at some point when it takes too long between in winter and in summer? At some point it starts scratching and you want to go back to racetracks, right?
Normally after the final race of the season I'm like relieved. it's out of the way for a few weeks and then after 2-3 months, you know, then I think, well, okay, I'm ready again. We can go again.
All right, thank you so much for joining me. I think the next one is going to be Sebastian Blekemolen, a fellow Dutchman here at this racetrack. So can you just pass over the microphone?
Yep.
Thank you so much. Roy Hendricks with the S at the end. So we really have to make that clear. It's not Hendrick Motorsports from the US, but it's quite similar. So thank you so much, Sebastian. Just take a seat here in our Trackside show. Sebastian, it's not the first time for you on an oval. I had a lot of oval racing rookies before you here on that show, but you have been racing here before.
Well,
tell me, how is it to be back?
To say that I'm a specialist and also a little bit too much because we raced in 2019 and it felt great from the beginning, but it's so hard. You think it's only 2 corners and it's only left corners, but every lap is a challenge. Every lap, every single lap, and it's so hard to go on throttle and then you have a little bit of oversteer. The wall's getting closer and closer. No, it's not easy. So, but I like it. I really like it. And I look forward to the race because that's extremely special with all those cars. We're with more than 20 cars and we're driving. The lap time is 20 seconds. So the field is maybe 5 or 6 seconds in the beginning. So that's really close racing.
How about the emotional part of it? When you sit in the car, you see the green flag, you hit the throttle, you stay at 160 kph in average, and you go 200 kph on the straight, and it's heartbeat rate all time up, right?
Yeah.
You have no time to relax on an oval,
No,
right?
because if you the car is steering to the left automatically. That's how we do the setup. So even on the straight, you're steering a little bit to the right side, and well, the straight is 200 meters, so it's really short, but. It's cool, it's nice, it's action from the beginning till the end.
So pure NASCAR racing like in the US?
I watched some races recently in the US, but this is a short oval, and if you compare it to the longer ovals...
sorry, the Bristol and Martinsville, it's the same.
That's the same length. Yeah, but you have to brake quite hard at these ovals, and that makes it more like a... Well, not like a normal corner, but the braking is quite aggressive, and it's part of your setup to enter the corner with a lot of speed. But that's the most difficult thing on a short oval, I think.
And that's what I saw in qualifying. Your team, your drivers, you're warming up the tires very aggressively. You're also warming up the brakes. I saw that as well. And I think everybody's just focusing on tires, but having the brakes in the right temperature is also a very important point, right?
Yeah, well, because of the format of qualifying, you must have the pressures and the temperature in the right window, and that's really difficult because we didn't have much practice. We did one quali run and we were a little low on pressure, so we raised the pressures a little bit. But apparently it didn't work out for me because I'm 9th on the grid.
But it's still a decent lap. It was still okay.
Yeah, we were struggling with the car with Melvin de Groot yesterday, and we're getting better, getting up to speed. But the setup was, the car's a little bit too much oversteered. And if you have oversteer on an oval, you have to build confidence. And I've lost a little bit of confidence yesterday, but today's getting better.
Okay. What about the aspect that it's your home race? I saw again your beautiful hospitality. You always put up a very nice place for all your guests, for the fans to enter and to watch you work also. And you're always very open to the fans that they really can see what you're doing.
That's how NASCAR should be and how racing should be in general. If you look to Formula 1, they're high in their castles, but here it's quite open. And well, we have a grid walk in half an hour, I think. Yeah. It's also nice to meet the fans, to bring the sponsors over to the grid walk, and it's part of racing, and it makes it nice for everybody.
Your family is totally dedicated to motorsport. Race Planet, your company, is really famous in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what activities you're doing there?
Yeah, we organize sort of track days. We have a big, we have a lot of cars. I think around 150 cars. We have Lamborghinis, we have Porsche, we have Ferrari, we have we had Aston Martin, we have Mercedes. Well, all the big brands we have, and yeah, people can join that. And in August, at the end of August, we also go to Meppen in Germany. So more of your home.
Yeah. It's also included in Oval. There's no Oval included.
I know, but we take the road course.
You did the.
No, and besides that, we have 2 family entertainment centers in Amsterdam and in Delft, which are quite known in the area.
It's also with karting, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Karting is the basics
motorsports,
of
yeah.
motorsports and the basic of our family. Yeah, true.
All right, and what you're expecting today from yourself?
Well, we didn't have any cautions yesterday. Normally that means that we have the next race some cautions.
No, don't tell that.
No,
you're jinxing it already.
I saw the racer are walking somewhere. And no,
Yeah.
no, it will be a tough race. Yesterday was 70 laps. Today 100 laps. I've heard Martin Dubek has a lot of pain in the neck.
Yeah.
So it will be challenging. It's hot in the car. Yeah, what do I expect? Hopefully I can make up some places, but it's hard to overtake. If you go on the inside line, the lower line, you heat up the tires very easily, and then you're not able to overtake anymore. So you have to stay on the high line, and if you can make an aggressive move, maybe you can pass someone, and it's hard. I don't know. Let's see.
And you have to have a nice gap to the back, because then you can maybe move back
Yeah.
to the outside
Yeah.
lane if
Yeah.
it doesn't work out, right?
Yeah.
So the spotter is really important.
The spotter is the most important person today.
Yeah.
No, you have mirrors, of course, but you cannot rely on the mirrors. So you have to rely on your spotter. And we have a very experienced spotter, Henk, and he's doing a really good job. He helped us out of trouble until now.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well. And we're now playing some more highlights of the 2024 season, and I think we have another round of guests afterwards. So stick with us here in our Trackside show at Raceway Venray.
And they take off and go racing. Chrysonis launches away from pole position, but look at that. Capelli is hanging on around the outside. Has he got it? It's side by side as they run towards Druids Bend for the first time. Capelli on the brakes. Chrysonis a little bit deeper into the... And they take off. We've got 38 laps to shake everything out, and it's going to be a thriller at Brands Hatch. We are underway and racing for the first time this weekend in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series at American Speedfest 11, and it's Gorelli that leads the way. It's Paul Geoffroy who pushes through to second place. Dubek now under pressure as well from Luca Lasserre, who's looking to the inside. The inside row is really the place to be. Jack Davidson also leading a bit of a queue as well there in 13th place. He and Max Maserati, the two UK flag drivers in this race, running in tandem. But Tafel is slowing down. Thomas Tafel losing positions in very sharp order here. What's wrong with the 34 Race Art Technology car? He peels it off the circuit but then spins on the grass. Tafel, I think, was having an issue with drive. Looked like it just wasn't accelerating anymore, and then he spun it on the grass. We are now back underway, and once again, as we saw actually in Vallelunga, Garelli has dropped off and made sure that he doesn't gain an advantage. He definitely made up some time though. Dubek, Lasser, Erkeli running in tandem there in 3rd, 4th and 5th place as we will now lap 17 as we cross the line. And you can see the rain on the camera at Paddock Hill Bend. I don't think this one is staying dry, ladies and gentlemen. Be ready for safety car procedure. Safety car is out. That's just been declared on the official channels. The safety car will be put out there. And I think that's because it was starting to be a bit of a liability for these cars to be on slick tyres. Cars are rolling towards the start line. We go racing once again in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. And look at that, Dufro gets a really good start. Not necessarily what Garelli would have wanted from that. It might still be a little bit greasy out there on the circuit. They're going to have to be careful as this race fires back into life. Lap 23 of the race. They're 2 and 3 wide once again here. Lasser looks like he's gotten past Dubek. He's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. He takes 3rd position. Luca Lasser in the 33 car, then up to 3rd. Dubek down to 4th. Erkeli 5th. Delso 6th. We might see some shuffling there on the fringe of the top 10. Dubek has a go to the inside of Lasser. That was a little bit brave. I was worried that he was going to leave his nose in there. This is now a battle for 2nd place. Giuffreau under a lot of pressure from Lasser, and Dubek making all kinds of shapes in the rearview mirror of the Speedhouse boss's car. Brilliant battle for 2nd place. Ooh, Dubek there with a bit of a snap through Paddock Hill Bend. I think it might be starting to sprinkle a little again. Garelli, Giuffreau, Lasser, still the order. We are on the penultimate lap of the race. This is lap 39 of the race. Lasser, your top 3, but I think that 2nd and 3rd place may swap before long because Lasser is really shadowing him at this stage. Garelli has once again got a car length. He'll be relieved, no doubt, by that. Garelli to claim yet another win in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. The dominance of PK Carsport and Garelli continues here.
And we are back with our trackside show at Raceway Venray, and I've learned something. I really avoid a special word starting with a V. One of the most experienced drivers in the EuroNASCAR grids with a rich history of racing, endurance racing, different types of racing cars, Formula racing, even with Fernando Alonso. I wrote a very nice story about that on German on a German website. It was really interesting, but you're back to oval racing in EuroNASCAR. How was it out there today?
Well, today was a little bit tricky, especially in the morning with the wet conditions. It was something completely new, something I had never done before. So we started on the wet tires. I think when we explain that in the US, they will have big eyes watching us like, are you guys for real? But I have to say it wasn't raining, it was just damp, and the conditions were actually not too bad, and we could switch to slick tires fairly soon after the start of session. So it wasn't a big drama, but it took a little while to get into a rhythm. But you know what? It's so special to be back here in Venray on Harry Maas's circuit. He's doing a great job in entertaining people here on this oval, and you know, for the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series to come back here, it's really a pleasure to be part of it as a driver.
You said it already, it's a pleasure to be back. It's part of the DNA of NASCAR, I think. With this oval racing experience we have here, I think it's a legitimation to be NASCAR in Europe as well. But the road course racing is also very exciting. It's nice to have you back also because you missed one race already. That also means, with the dropped results we have in the regular season, no mistakes allowed anymore, right?
No, I can start to feel the pressure now, Andre. It's thank you for that. With the race,
we have to talk about it.
You know, we have to start a race here for 100 laps. So thank you very much for that pressure. No, it's right. I mean, you know, being a team manager for Red Ant Racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup, we spent that same weekend in Zandvoort. I knew that before the season. I was hoping to maybe still make it to Brands Hatch at the time. But we had, you know, Dreke Jans, who was driving with us, is making big progress. So in terms of coaching, I couldn't really be absent from the team as a team manager. And you know, at the same time, we had Kalle Rovanperä, who's the world champion rally, who's driving in our team. And it was his first race on circuit racing, so I really had to be there, and I couldn't skip that one to make it to Brands Hatch. Having said that, it's always hard to give up a P3 position in the championship, which we had to do. And like you said, no more mistakes now because the drop results have been taken.
Definitely. 100 laps of oval racing, how physical is it? Because a lot of drivers tell me they get issues with the neck because of the forces in the car. It's completely different to road course racing. How is it for you?
Well, it's the same for me. I think everybody feels it. You know, we've always done short runs now in free practice and in qualifying. But you know, I hear a lot of drivers who suffered yesterday from the long race in EuroNASCAR 2. It's kind of normal. You get all the G forces on your neck, all in the same direction. You don't have a lot of pauses there. It's a lot of rhythm. You know, you constantly are turning that wheel and putting the G forces on your body. So it's kind of normal. But these cars, you can feel that because of the banking of the circuit. And you know, I've experienced a lot of G forces in my life, driving different types of cars because of downforce, etc., etc. Here it's a different aspect, but you know, we'll have to see. I think most of the drivers are fit enough to keep up for 100 laps.
So in the end, regular season final then at the Autodrom Most in the Czech Republic, another road course. After the dropped results, we go to double point playoff races in Germany and at your home track, Circuit Zolder. So do you think you will have a shot at the title at the end? Because at the moment the pace and the performance looks really good at Team Bleekemolen.
Yeah, I think the team is doing an awesome job. You know, they surprised me pretty hard in a very positive way. I have to say the team structure is really good. There's very good communication within the team, which I think is a very important one. Yeah. And you know, we work our way along, you know, very methodically. We try to score points at all the different venues, which was the case in Valencia. I don't think we've ever been the fastest car on track, but I think you know, we've been pretty consistent in being there, collecting points. Unfortunately, Sebastian had a couple of misfortunes in Valencia already.
Oh yes.
So it already put him a little bit, you know, down the order. But you know, if you see our performance here, we're always very close to each other. I think experience comes into play as well to support that direction that we take. But yeah, I don't see any reason why we couldn't shoot for a title.
All right, thank you so much for joining me. We go now to the next guest. So I think Marielle is already there. Thank you so much, Mark Goosens. I already forgot to say your name in the beginning.
Yeah,
the Goose, of
Mark.
course.
Thank you very much.
So the next one, and we are talking about this amazing racetrack. It's no, not you, Ryan. I'm really sorry. You have to wait a little bit. It's Marielle, because she has a lot of stuff to do at Raceway Venray. I have to take her first. I'm really sorry for that. Thank you so much, Mark Goosens. I start with a story. Okay. The first time I have been here was 1998. I was 8 years old at the old track, of course, not the new one you've built in the 2000s. Mm-hmm. So I grew up with auto speedway racing, with oval racing at Raceway Venray. Before that I was at Barlo, the big oval. And this has become my home of racing, because every event I'm here when I'm available to go here. So I'm really happy to have EuroNASCAR back since 2019. It's the first race. Are you also happy like me to have those machines back at this track?
Definitely, because this is the reason why we have this track, because we have one big picture, and that's NASCAR in America. And that's our dream, to see racing in America, but now we have it here. So yeah, we are very happy to have NASCAR here, yeah, definitely.
It was an amazing first day with EuroNASCAR 270 laps, caution-free, no accidents. Everything seems well prepared, but I think it's a busy day for you. How happy are you with the fans that are here? Yesterday the the grandstands were packed.
Yes.
A lot of people here.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we are very happy. So that's why we do this for the spectators, of course. Yeah, we had a little bit of concerns because June is very busy with all kind of festivals in the Netherlands, and if it would be packed here, but it was packed. And yeah, you know, we have our 9 auto speedway meetings every year, and we see a lot of familiar faces every time. So it was very good to see new people here at the track, and I hope they will come back for the next meeting in August.
Oh yeah, there we're going to have the World Cup of the Stocker Formula 1 and Stocker Formula 2. I'm sorry, I'm a fanboy, I have to tell this.
Yeah.
It's an amazing event and I'm not going to miss that. I'm going to be here for sure. Last question about EuroNASCAR. Upcoming years, you want to strengthen this event and improve it for sure.
Yeah.
Do you have already plans, or do you think about how to even get more people involved to experience this amazing kind of racing?
Yeah, of course. So that's also what we want. We want to learn from every event to make it better and better and better. And I'm very proud on our team who made this happen. So until now, it was fantastic to work also with your team. But yes, we want to make it bigger. And hopefully more Dutch drivers. So I hope we can attract more Dutch drivers to Raceway Venray, because I think if you are a race driver, you have to have racing experience on an oval, because that's very, very different from track racing and very special. Yeah.
Yeah, this is something very important. This is unique. This is an event you cannot meet somewhere else. It's just here in the Netherlands with this oval. I know you're very busy, so I release you right now. Thank you so much. The next one is already there. Ryan Vargas, so just hand over the microphone. Thank you so much. Thank you, well. And we have our oval racing expert back on our trackside booth, Ryan Vargas. First EuroNASCAR podium in EuroNASCAR 2 yesterday, 70 laps of intense racing. But it was so hard to fight against Claudio Capelli. You didn't make the pass, but I think you had the big picture in mind, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was my first Euro 2 race. You know, I know Claudio's racing for points, so there's no sense in me trying to do anything crazy, you know, putting myself in a vulnerable position, especially when I'm running for points in Euro Pro. You know, I also knew we were in a podium position, so if I was going to make a move, I wanted to make sure that I at least made a move that was going to get us the podium, and sure enough, we ended up with the podium at the end of the day. So meant a lot to get 3F Racing their first ever overall podium. Meant a lot to represent Critical Path Security and Lyrgus Security and all the amazing partners that we got on board, Custom Kings. It's, you know, it's just such a blast racing here in Venray.
In qualifying, you joined the 19-second club. You did it, so you had a really, really good run. What you saw later on, Vittorio Girelli with a 19.5, amazingly fast. Still, do you still think you have a chance to go onto the podium in the EuroNASCAR Pro race? It's 100 laps.
Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely. I think if we would have had another 20 laps yesterday, I probably could have found a way to get by Capelli, because I knew we had more tire at the end of the race. I feel really good about my tire conservation. I feel good about how to keep that underneath me, and that's something that I've always kind of wore with a badge of honor, I guess you could say, is my ability to hold onto the tires like that over a long run. So really exciting race yesterday, and with 30 extra laps tacked onto today's race, I think it's going to be even more exciting. I think it's going to be, I think we're going to see a little bit more action today. A lot of these guys are really, really fast. You know, there's no such thing as messing up in this one. You know, you can't leave a gap because someone's going to be there to fill it.
Did you expect that we have a caution-free race?
No. I was almost certain we'd at least get 1 or 2 yellows yesterday, but to go caution-free, you know, shows a lot of, you know, the EuroNASCAR 2 drivers, how everybody, you know, in that series, you know, how well they perform, how strong they perform, and how, you know, how much they're able to adapt. I think that's a really, really big testament to them. You know, I say it all the time, you know, these guys are good drivers. You know, everybody, you know, from Euro 2 to Euro Pro, you know, there are rapid drivers across each series, and they all have a ton of talent to go far in NASCAR, or any type of racing, really. And it's cool to see how they've all adapted to racing on the oval when this is probably most of their first oval.
Yeah. So thank you so much for joining me again. I know there's a grid walk coming up, so I want to squeeze as many drivers in as possible.
Let's do
So just hand over the microphone to our next
you go.
guest. Thank you so much,
There you go.
Ryan Vargas.
Hope you like your car.
We'll
He's already taking my-
Don't take my job, please. I have family. Be kind. Tobias Downauer next to me, pre-motion driver. Again, back in the oval. It's been a long time. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, amazing. It's a completely different kind of racing compared to road courses, but yeah, it makes a lot of fun. And yeah, hype for the race. Let's see. It will be a long race, 100 laps, but yeah, we will see where we end.
When you compared oval racing to road course racing, what is the key difference?
Oh, the main point is there are only 2 corners, so
Yeah,
not that much to learn. But it's like I said, the driving style is different. You have a lot of minimum speed. The walls are directly beside the car, so it's a good show for the fans for sure, and it makes fun to drive for us drivers. And it's nice to have an oval in this series. But I'm also looking forward to be back on road courses for sure. But I like both the same.
Both the same, okay. This is really political, really nice, okay. How about the setup of the car? Do you think your team that has no experience on ovals did a good job right from the beginning? And by the way, your team boss is standing right next to you, so be careful what you say right now.
Yeah, my team is always doing a good job. They do their best for sure. I have to say that. No, I mean oval is completely new for me as a driver, for the whole team. It's not that easy. Yeah, we struggled the whole weekend a bit with the performance of our car. It's not that easy to drive, but we also had it on road courses in the last races. But yeah, we try to improving during the summer break and be stronger at the next races. But yeah, P10 is not the best starting position, but I do my best to finish in the front as best as possible.
All right, so thank you so much for joining me. Vielen Dank. Now I can speak German just for a split second. We go now back to a clip we prepared for you, and then we go back to our guests, and then we have the EuroNASCAR Pro race coming up. 100 laps of oval racing at Venray. So stay here.
Expect some bumper to bumper now as we go racing on Sunday at the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. And almost immediately there, Gianmarco Ercoli nearly hooked Liam Hazemans as they ran down to the first corner, but it's Hazemans that leads Garelli, looking like he has a little bit of front damage there. Was that already pre-existing? I'm not sure, but nonetheless he's on the outside line and he's really hemorrhaging positions in the early stages. He drops to 4th place. It's Liam Hazemans that leads the way then, the driver who sits 4th in the championship standings, the only other race winner so far this year. He leads them off as we go back to green flag action once again. I think a little bit of a tap there from Lasserre to the rear of Hazemans as they go running through the first corner. Ercoli clinging on around the outside line. He's still side by side with Hazemans as they run through Druids Bend. Oh, but out wide there from Hazemans, I think, trying to block everybody all at once. Lasserre in second then, Downhauer, but he's under pressure from Vittorio Garelli. 7th place, Giuffreau. 8th place, Del So. Garelli has the pace in the car, clearly. He just hasn't had the track position. The car's looking feisty. The Italian racer looking feisty as he follows here, the 99. That little bit of damage on the front shouldn't be causing him too much of a problem. Giuffreau shadowing as well though, so he's got defending and overtaking to do at the same time. That's never an easy balance. Down through Paddock Hill Bend, such a fabulous corner. Dubek to the inside at Druids. Oh, and he gets it done. A good run out of the first corner, leads him to the inside for Druids Bend, and critically, he doesn't allow Ercoli the inside line for the following corner, Graham Hill Bend. Made sure he got through definitively there into 3rd position. And what about Martin Dubek? Now he's on the back of Luca Lasserre. It's Mustang on Mustang for 2nd position at the moment. Dubek Really nails the apex of Paddock Hill Bend there. Gets a decent run as well, despite hopping the curb, but not close enough yet to make the move. Dubek straight across the grass there at Surtees and McLaren. They go downhill through Paddock Hill Bend. Giffro straying a little bit wider than the others, trying to get a good run. Armetta to the inside there of Del So again. He's got that penalty, but he can still fight for the positions. Says Ulyss Del So drifts wide there. Del So losing out then to Fabrizio Armetta. Armetta drags by. Blekemolen move further up in the top 10 as Giffro and Armetta are side by side. Giffro on the outside line. Armetta gets through into 7th position. Again, that penalty that looms over his head means he'll lose the place, but at least on the road, he's now up to P7. He's closing in on Sebastian Blekemolen as well. Blekemolen, who's now welded to the rear of Gorelli. A little bit of a tap there again from Armetta. He's on this push-to-pass drive, isn't he? And Downhauer is the latest one to feel the wrath of the Club Motorsport Cars front bumper. Oh, and that was a very rude bump there. That was a heavy one. Car 55, drive-through penalty has just come up on my screen. So drive-through penalty for Fabrizio Armetta as he continues to get the elbows out here in this race at Brands Hatch. And again, another hit to the rear of Downhauer. This has been some rather rough and ready racing from Fabrizio Armetta, and it is now being punished. And indeed, he comes in for the drive-through. So that now releases Giuffro, Del So, Gorelli and co. Liam Hasemans powers out of the final turn. Lasserre tries to get the power down early in a bid for a late move, but it is going to be Liam Hasemans that crosses the line for his second.
And we are back with one of our team owners, Bree Motions owner, Patrick Brendörfer, next with us in the Trackside show. You have to be careful right now. Your driver is now listening. So when you talk about his performance, be careful. He's really, really watching you. So be careful. So first time Bree Motion on an oval. It has to be something very special for you, right?
It's very special because I never was on the oval before. My first visit in the USA, then as I saw the NASCAR race in Phoenix, was similar to this feeling when I came here to the grandstand and saw the track. And yeah, it's very special for us as a team, for the drivers also. We have 4 drivers in our both cars, and nobody of them drove ever in the oval, so it's like a virgin.
Definitely. But how was it from a team side? You have to set up the car completely different in comparison to road courses. You have to change the whole geometry of the car. Was it a challenge or was it quite easy to do?
The work is quite easy, but to find the right setup, that's a big challenge and still a challenge. So we tried a lot. The rain in the free practice in the morning was not so good for us today because we lost time to fix some other ideas or to test some other ideas. So we need more track time to have a good setup which is working. Yeah.
When you see this close racing, what about your heart rate when you see your cars in the middle of the pack for yesterday 70 laps? No, it's 100 laps. When we put your watch, I think it can check your heart rate. Where do you think it is?
No, in the meantime, I'm really relaxed when the car's
really?
on the track. Yeah, so my job is before. So when the car going on the track, my job is finished and I can do nothing. And that's the point when I say, okay, now we will enjoy the time, enjoy a good race. The race yesterday was great, so Julian did a brilliant job. He was behind his competitor in the rookie class and overtook him and made the second place sure, and that's good for the points. Yeah. And now we will see what Tobias is able to do because, yeah, he's always a driver for who can win. And now from P10 it's another situation, but we will see what happens during the long race.
It's 100 laps. How satisfied are you with the performances of Dominik Schark and Julian Rebeck? They did a good job, I think, for their first oval race, or?
Absolutely. So Julian, as I said, did a great job together yesterday, and Dominic is improving from each lap to each lap. So he has also a good way, and yeah, I'm happy with that. So we are a good team, good guys, and also we have a new driver today with Konstantin Schöll in the 99. So he needs also a little bit more time because it's now his NASCAR debut and on the oval track, so very special idea, but we are happy to have him.
All right, thank you so much for joining me. I think the grid walk is starting, so I release you right now. And now the next one is already standing there, so just give the microphone to the guy and don't receive a penalty right now. Be careful. So just, Dejan, can you just come to me? I also have to be very careful. I don't want to have a pass-through or a 10 seconds penalty after the race. No, it's just joking. It's better, yeah? So our race director, I have to talk about oval racing with you. Dejan Grabac is here with me, and normally you sit in race control on a road course. Different corners, different type of racing. No oval racing. All cars packed together. How stressful is your job here at Raceway Venray?
To be honest, I was stressed 2 weeks before we start because this is completely new for me. I have to be honest, I was never working on the oval race, but when the first car came on the track, it was much easier.
It was much easier, but yesterday we had 70 laps, no caution, no incident, a lot of respect, I think. Is it also the work you did before in the driver's briefing to explain the drivers what they can do, what they cannot do, to clarify the rules? Because this is also a part of your job that some people may not know of, that you also explain exactly what's going on. Was it the result of the good preparation?
Yes, we were working, as I told before, for 2 weeks to prepare the good driver's briefing. With a lot of slides. Usually we have a briefing around half an hour. This one was a little bit more than 1 hour with a lot of questions, of course, because also a lot of drivers did not participate oval racing before this event. So we have to explain to all of them all the procedures, everything what is new comparing to the races they used to participate and the tracks they used to participate. It was stressful period before the event, and after the briefing I think it was a little bit easier because I was convinced that they understood everything they have to understood, and they know everything they have to know. With the first cars on the track it was much easier, but then when we were on the practices it was easier, but when the race started then we have a lot of job.
Yesterday, 70 laps, and I just saw one penalty. It was for blocking the leaders. Can you just explain me what happened there so the spectators understand the rules behind it?
Yes, the rule is that the car that, let's say, are slower in front of the leaders and will be lapped must use central or left lane. So we give information to the spotters. Your car must go left or your car must go low, but they did not respect it. So the driver received the penalty of 5 seconds because he was blocking the leader for 5 laps, did not respect the rule and did not respect the orders given from the race direction. So that was the reason, and after that he moved low and the race continued without any problem.
Perfect, thank you so much. I release you right now. I wish you a clean but intense race and no job to do, because when we don't hear from you, everything's fine on the track. So thank you so much for joining us and give us that interesting insight. And I think we have one more guest here today. Just hand over the microphone to this young guy. All right, come here, join us. Chris Liemann is here, the team manager of Marco Stipp Motorsport. I know your team boss is a little bit shy of coming in front of a camera and he's really busy, but he has a lot of experience in ovals. Marco Stipp already raced here in EuroNASCAR in different series, so I think on the technical side he has a lot of stuff to do. Can you tell me, how it was so far for you, because Thomas Krasonis and especially Victor Neumann, they were really fast, and also Nick Strickler had a decent pace, right?
Yeah, indeed. I think it did help so far to have all the experience within the whole team, actually, and I think it's showing. And yeah, I mean, we've been trying all the way to get the right pace, the right setup. Some things have changed on the technical side from the previous times we've raced here, but still, I think we managed to get a good setup on the car, and the drivers feel good. So I think the race should go well.
I know that your team was based many years here at Raceway Venray. The cars were prepared here, they stayed here. So it's some kind also of a home race, because a lot of people, Marco Stipp is not living that far away. We both are coming from the same town. It's just 1 hour for us to go to Raceway Venray. So is it something special? Because also we have a lot of German fans here. So it's some kind half of a home race, all right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we know many people around here. There are so many people coming by to say hi, old friends and everything. So it really feels like another home race to us.
What about the performances? Do you think you already got the maximum out of the cars or do you think that Victor, Thomas and also Nick can even improve in this 100-lap EuroNASCAR Pro race?
Well, I think as long as we're not P1, we can still extract more, I think.
Definitely.
So yeah, we will try to gain even more pace, but I think on the long run we should be in a good position.
All right, so thank you so much for joining me, and have fun in this race. Maybe we have one more guest ready. You just hand over the microphone to my colleague, to the German voice of NASCAR, Pete Fink. He's preparing right now to join us, so just give away the microphone. Thank you so much for joining me.
Right, thank you very much.
And we have one more guest, and then we go to the grid walk and to the EuroNASCAR Pro race. Pete, back again. The German voice of NASCAR, I always mention you like this here. And yesterday we saw a very nice 70-lap caution-free race. Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it, and I was very surprised that we have a caution-free race at the EuroNASCAR 2. But it was a really good race. A lot of battles, a lot of fights, and everything was very clean. It was enjoyable, very enjoyable.
As a NASCAR expert, writing books about NASCAR, writing books about IndyCar, commentating hundreds of oval races, is this proper stock car racing?
Of course it is. I told you yesterday.
Yeah, I have to confirm it.
Yeah, it is. I can only invite everybody. Next time when we're around here in the Netherlands, in Venray, please come and see.
What do you expect from the 100-lap race? We saw Vittorio Girelli in qualifying going into the 19.5s, but Ercole was fast, Jouffroy was fast, so it's going to be a close battle. But if you would have to pick a winner, and I know you don't like this, but you will now have to pick one, who would it be? I force you.
You know the commentator's curse?
Yes, I know. But you're not the commentator this weekend, so you're just picking one as an expert.
I think that there's a basic advantage for everybody on the outside line.
Yeah.
And I think first on the outside line will be Girelli, then I think it's Jouffroy, and then it's Ryan Vargas. It's Ryan Vargas, and I think that Ryan Vargas will be on the podium. So let's take it like this.
Okay, I cannot get a winner pick out of you. Thank you so much for joining me again. We go now trackside for the EuroNASCAR Pro race here at Raceway Venray. Thank you so much for joining us for the trackside show. And now we have a 100-lap race coming up. So join us on YouTube and all the different channels we are live on. Thank you so much. We meet each other back again when we're doing the interviews from the grid walk. See you later.
Yep, mate, I'm here. The fans are here, the drivers are ready to go, and in a little over half an hour, the engines will roar. This is EuroNASCAR Pro, this is the Raceway Venray, our first appearance at an oval since 2019. And it is a sorely missed element of EuroNASCAR that we're so glad to welcome back. The 25-degree progressive banked half mile of Venray provided us with some fabulous racing yesterday in the EuroNASCAR 2 division. Today, all eyes are on EuroNASCAR Pro. All eyes are on the championship leader, Vittorio Garelli. He starts on a pole position for this one. Pole is the outside line into the first corner, and that is the groove that everybody wants. It is the definitive best line over the race distance, that much is for sure. However, if you want to try and get overtaking done, you might need to use that low groove. We saw some great dogfighting yesterday between Victor Neumann, Ryan Vargas and Claudio Remeggio Capelli for a podium. However, the race winner, Martin Dubeck, absolutely drove away from everybody over the course of the 70 laps. However, his neck was certainly giving him grief by lap 70. How will we all be feeling at the end of lap 100? It's a 100-lap race here in the Netherlands, the first time back at the Netherlands, of course, since 2019. And the EuroNASCAR circus back here for the first time in 5 years, which has been welcomed by the local fans, welcomed by the paddock, and by oval racing newcomers and experienced competitors alike. It's Vittorio Garelli and Liam Hasemans that will be on the front row of the grid. Erkley and Paul Giffreau on row 2. And then Ryan Vargas will start from 5th place alongside Mark Goosens. An interesting top 6 for sure. Nobody in the history of the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series here at Venray has taken the win from lower than 4th place. 4th place is the lowest grid position that's ever taken a victory here. So those who did well in qualifying could be richly rewarded. But you heard Andre speaking to his German NASCAR Cup Series broadcast colleague earlier on. Ryan Vargas podium predicted for the driver that starts from 5th place. It's a wide open field this year. Paul Giffreau, 4th on the grid, has never raced an oval before. He had his first go on the oval yesterday in the morning exploratory practice session. So a lot of these drivers who are relatively new to the oval seem to be taking to it very well. And the EuroNASCAR Pro Grid is surely going to be a very competitive affair. We had 3 drivers in the 19.5s in qualifying: Garelli, Hazemans and Erkeli. Our junior trophy champion from last year, our overall champion from last year, and our current championship leader. As you can see, the fans are there for the grid walk. As always, unparalleled access to the drivers here in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. We've also had an expanded broadcast schedule today. Andre's been doing fabulous work in the trackside interview area just outside of turn 1, talking to some of the personalities of the series, drivers and indeed personnel. We even had Gianluca Giulia at one point taking to the microphone, the media man of EuroNASCAR. It's been a very entertaining couple of days so far, and we are going to get some more interviews, of course, from down on the grid with Andre as we get ready to go racing. The countdown to command clock on your screen tells you how long it is until the Grand Marshal gives the command to start engines. And 19 V8s fire up to go racing for 100 laps around this half-mile oval. Lap traffic is going to be a huge factor here. Expect after maybe even something like 15 laps, the leader might start to come across some lap traffic. I think Vittorio Garelli would be very lucky if he gets through the race in a similar fashion to Martin Dubek. Dubek had 3 or 4 car lengths before he even got to turn 3 yesterday on the first lap of the race. I don't think Garelli is going to have it all his own way. The other big question mark, of course, is how much time are we going to spend under green, or indeed under yellow, because yesterday it was green all the way, and it would be a surprise, I think it's fair to say, if lightning struck twice on that front.
We interview them. It's hockey players and they are related to Toyota. So it's bad if we have Ford or Chevrolet big in the background. So we have to try
You see there
where we have
the cars in the 2x2 formation. The fans, some of them in the stands, a lot of them walking between the cars and getting the chance to meet the drivers at the moment. It's been a very exciting June for the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series, of course. We started the month in Brands Hatch for the American Speed Fest, which is always arguably the highlight of the season. Huge fan attendance at Brands Hatch. But coming here to Venray, coming back to the oval racing faithful here in the Netherlands has been a very, very important part of our calendar. Of course, this is the final race before the summer break. After this, we don't get to go racing again until the end of August. Yes, hello, Gianluca. We saw you. And it's going to be a little bit of a holiday after this. And this race could well determine really the momentum for the not only the final part of the regular season, which is Most, as you can see, on August 31st, September 1st, but then also going into the playoffs here in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. Playoffs means double points So the points tallies will then go up massively. It's 40 points for a win normally. That goes up to 80 in Oschersleben and Zolder. And of course also there's drop scores to consider as well. So some drivers who have maybe struggled or missed a round, they will drop their worst scores from their totals going into the playoffs, and then it's the all-important double points. That can mean people surge forward almost from out of nowhere at the tail end of the season. Remember 2022 in EuroNASCAR 2, Liam Hazeman winning the championship despite having never led it up until the very last moment of the season. That is the kind of thing that can happen. Big jeopardy towards the end of the year in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series.
Thank you so much, Adam. We will not start with a racing driver first, but for this interview I have to change. I'm really sorry. Because this time I'm not going to be neutral. I'm a big fan of the Cologne Sharks, of the Kölner Haie, and therefore I just replaced my NASCAR cap right now, because we have some very famous hockey players, ice hockey players from Germany here on grid. Tobias Ančička and Parker Toomey. First time here at Raceway Venray for you?
Yeah, it's my first time. I think it's Tobias' first time as well. But it's a pretty cool event. Obviously happy that we can come and represent our team, the Cologne Sharks, but also just watch it as race fans. And yeah, it looks really cool. A lot of people are here, so yeah, we're excited to watch a good race.
Have you seen the car already on the track, or is the race going to be the first time cars moving?
Yeah, the race is going to be the first time I see the cars moving, but it's super sick to stand here in the middle of the cars and see them live. It's I'm looking forward to the race.
About NASCAR, it's an American sport, and ice hockey has also a big meaning in the US with the NHL. We had the Florida Panthers now winning the Stanley Cup. How is the connection between motorsports and the American sports? Is it something you can relate to with the same things as athletes, as people doing sports?
Yeah, I think even because of the new Netflix show, that follows NASCAR racing pretty close. I think that really helped me watch the sport more. And I mean, usually in Europe, I think Formula One is a little bit bigger, or Formula style racing. But now to have it here, kind of in the heart of Europe, have a race like this is pretty special, and I think cool for everybody to come see.
What do you expect from 100 laps of oval racing? Have you ever seen an oval race in your life?
No, it's my first time, and what do I expect? I don't know. It's it's my first time, and I just want to have fun here.
What about you? Oval racing, NASCAR racing, you saw it already, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of battles. It's going to be probably hard-fought racing, and I know that there's positions in the back that can have the chance to get up on the podium, and so it's going to be a tight race.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here today on the Grid Talk and also for the race. So follow the Cologne Sharks, the Kölner Haie from Germany, one of the most famous DEL teams in history. And we're going now back to you, Adam.
Of course, Cologne is an hour north of the Nürburgring. In fact, probably less than an hour, actually. It is very much racing country just down from Cologne. I'm sure the Cologne Sharks will be lapping up the opportunity to see some of the racing here. And Parker Toomey, one of the hockey players from the Sharks, will be giving us the command in just over 20 minutes' time. Very excited to get these cars fired up and see what happens in the 100 laps. How will the dynamic change in terms of the wheel-to-wheel racing over the course of the 100 laps? Because certainly we do sometimes see a slightly different dynamic in EuroNASCAR Pro versus EuroNASCAR 2 on the road courses. Will that manifest itself as well in the wheel-to-wheel racing here at Venray? Certainly, based on what we saw yesterday, it seems that high groove is the way to go for everybody. However, you will have to go low occasionally if you want to try and find the track space to make a move. There's Vladimir Siortzis getting himself ready to go. Siortzis with the Alex Caffey Academy Motorsport car has had a tumultuous season so far. He'll be looking for better things from this race, that much is for certain. It has been a tricky year for Alex Caffey Academy. Andre with Vittorio Garelli.
With Vittorio Girelli, who had a stunning lap in qualifying, a 19.5. It was an incredible lap, but 100 laps of racing is a completely different story. Consistency will be key, I think, right?
Yeah, we did a few tests in the free practice. We have a good race pace also. The quali was very good also. Let's keep it up, you know. We're on a good flow. We are, you know, testing stuff in the free practice, improving every time. So me and PK Car Sport, we're doing a perfect job for now. And yeah, the race is very long. It will be tricky, also with the lapped cars. So hopefully we bring it home, you know.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck, and back to you, Adam.
Love Vittorio Girelli's sunglasses, always a highlight. Vittorio Girelli on pole position, then of course moved last year from Team Blake & Molen over to PK Car Sport for the 2024 season, and he has been taking that 24 car to incredible heights so far this year, leads the championship and seems to have the momentum in his favour, even on the oval. There's always the question mark of quite how much the order will change when we head to the ovals, but for Vittorio Girelli, what happens on the road course also happens on the oval, and that is pole position for him. The fans will slowly make their way back towards the grandstands, of course, a lot of them currently on the grid and getting the opportunity to meet with the drivers. Speaking of drivers, Liam Hasemans.
Yeah, good. It's going very well, actually. I see you speak very good Dutch as well, so that's cool. No, it's going very well. I mean, starting P2, so very happy with the results. Just couldn't clinch the pole position, but yeah, I mean, starting on the inside, so don't know if it's the best way to start here in Venray, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes in the race.
You said I can take a seat to get more downforce, but I think we're on the wrong side. I think you need more downforce on the right front, right?
Exactly. You can go sit there if you want, Andre.
During the race, during 100
yeah,
laps?
Exactly.
I do it, yes. Just strip me on the car.
We can try it for next time.
All right, I wish you good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Andre. Thank you.
Back to you, Adam.
That's a big wheel weight. Goodness me. Yeah, Liam Hasemans from the inside of the front row. The challenge for him is going to be trying to manage Gianmarco Ercoli behind in the first lap of the race, because on that high groove, Ercoli, you wouldn't put it past him, following Girelli into second place. So Hasemans' task is going to be either to try and cut off Ercoli at the first corner to try and at least retain the second place that he qualified in on the grid, and that will certainly be a challenge. Or perhaps Hasemans, if he gets a very good launch, maybe he can try and cut off Vittorio Girelli and take the lead. There's Gianmarco Ercoli with Andre.
And I'm here with Gianmarco Ercoli and Luca Caniori, Cal Racing, the reigning champion. It's a decent starting position because you're on the outside, right?
Yeah, it's perfect line. So I think it's the more fast than the inside is good. It's better the third than the second.
You have to be very fast on the restart to close the gap so nobody from the inside can jump in, right?
Yeah, it's important to stay close to Vittorio for try to overtake immediately. I think can we have a good opportunity today, so it's important to take all the possibility for try to win.
What about the car, Luca? Do you think you gave him the right material to win here today?
We'll go only for P1 today.
All right, thank you so much, grazie mille. Back to you, Adam.
Well, that was succinct. That was a statement of intent from Cal Racing. Gianmarco Ercoli, the defending champion, is yet to register a victory so far this season. The wins thus far have been split between Girelli and Hasemans, and they've been split in favour of Vittorio Girelli. So Gianmarco Ercoli is definitely going to want to get himself on the victory lane for the first time. Jufro, of course, also eager to get a good result. And what about Ryan Vargas, starting from 5th place? If he were to finish there, that would be his best result, of course, in EuroNASCAR Pro. He took his first ever EuroNASCAR 2 podium in his first ever EuroNASCAR 2 start yesterday. And here is Paul Jufro with Andre.
I am back with Paul Giffreau, and I just wanted to have your team boss, Franck Viola, also for the interview. But where is he?
He's at the spotter platform. It's my spotter since last year. We tried 2 races when there was Fred Gabillon in the team, and then Franck took the place of my spotter.
So he's a team owner, a spotter, and everything?
Yeah, he's like my friend. Franck, he's maybe around 40 years old, but he's a kid inside his head. So we are just laughing every single time we are together, keeping jokes. When I'm driving, he's telling me shit. So, so yeah. For example, last year at plenty qualification, I was laughing in the car during the lap. So we are big friends. So that's nice.
Do you have the calls in English or in French? Because normally you have outside, inside, clear. That's the American terms. Do you have it in French or in English?
We always talk in French, but there it's English. Outside, inside, clear, yellow, yellow, yellow. So we keep the English way, and it's the better because we don't have to think about what we receive to understand. So inside is clear. So perfect.
All right. Merci beaucoup. Bon voyage. Back to you, Adam.
I reckon Team Boss is also a chief barbecuer on Saturday nights as well. They do seem to like that role, I've noticed, in the paddock. As you see, the fans have mostly cleared out from the grid walk now. We are less than 15 minutes away from the engines firing. The drivers now getting into the zone, getting ready for racing here. Tobias Downhauer certainly looks focused beside the number 99 car. And he would love to try and capitalise from 10th on the grid. How far up the order can he get? A top 5 would certainly be a very good effort from there in this style of racing. There were only about a half dozen cars at the end of 70 laps of green racing that were on the lead lap. But now to Andre.
Dennis Yitz, first EuroNASCAR podium yesterday in EuroNASCAR 2 with Ryan Vargas, but now we have a 100 lap of NASCAR racing coming up in EuroNASCAR Pro. Are you a little bit nervous?
Honestly, today, yes. So, because yesterday was pretty good for us. 70 laps P3. Today, 100 laps, so 30 more laps to pass some more cars. So I really hope we can end up again on the podium. But yeah, slightly nervous. Normally, I'm not nervous before the race, but today I'm slightly nervous. It's a special atmosphere here. The fans are great here. I don't know why, but tiny little bit nervous.
I think they have a lot of fun in behind you. You have to clear the grid right now. So I move just to Ryan. He said he's nervous. You're not.
I'm always nervous.
Always, really?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be lying to you if I said I was nervous. I mean, if I wasn't nervous. I mean, it's good nerves, right? If you're not getting nervous before a race, you're lying, right? You know, you're not doing the right thing. So it's good nerves. I'm excited. I'm ready to go turn left 100 times, well, 200 times, and have ourselves a good race today with our critical path security, Lyrga security Chevy.
I have to ask, were you more nervous when I was driving the pace car and you were in the back seat?
Maybe a little.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Adam.
I don't know that story. I want to know about that. That sounds fun. Ryan Vargas, even he gets nervous. He's raced ovals probably 100, 200, 300 times more. Came up through, of course, the Touring Series, the local series, did some ARCA and then some Xfinity and trucks in more recent times, Ryan Vargas. And this is his first full season campaign in quite a while, racing the EuroNASCAR Pro Series. Great to have he and 3F Racing with us. I was saying before, 70 laps under green yesterday. I wonder how many laps under green today. I think the restarts and the choose cone, those would be critical opportunities for drivers to move up the order potentially in this race. If it stays green, there's less opportunity for those in the bottom half of the top 10 to try and challenge for the podium by my estimation. We'll see if anything does come of it this time around. Certainly when one race goes green, you have to wonder if the other will. Andre with Jerome.
I'm here with EuroNASCAR's president and CEO, Jérôme Galpin. Back to oval racing. How was it so far?
This is cool. This is cool. The race yesterday was absolutely amazing. You know, door-to-door battles, close racing at its best. So super happy to be back here. Super happy the job the EuroNASCAR 2 driver did yesterday. We just hope those guys there, they will do the same today, offering great races to the fan. Great atmosphere. we ran a bit of NASCAR in rain tires on oval this morning, so that was also a cool experience. But no, super good feeling, super good atmosphere, and we are ready to go for great racing.
All right, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Back to you, Adam. We have the command coming up.
Look at them warming up, getting ready to go, and the anthems, I think, are coming up shortly here as well. Of course, we hear the American and the Dutch anthems back to back. Less than 10 minutes until the command is given at the front of the grid. Okay, so the anthem's not until 20 past, so that'll be in a few seconds. Apologies, there's an audio issue for me on my end there briefly, but we'll have the anthem in just a second. And then the anthem of the oval racing fan, that is V8s firing up in unison shortly thereafter. Keep an eye on some of the drivers further back as well, the likes of Gordon Barnes, EuroNASCAR Club Challenge champion. He'll be one to watch. Here come the anthems.
So proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose sunshines and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets were the bumpers singing, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. Helmets on my side, penny from the blue. Mein Vater lofted tower, like it old in and low. The Prince of All, oh, on your black big fly over the will go from his fine epic all times good air.
The Dutch and the American national anthems back to back, celebrating all things Americana as we always do here in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. But all eyes on our drivers now as they get helmeted, they make those final preparations, last-minute discussions. Here, perhaps more so than anywhere else in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series, tyre conservation is going to be key. Normally, of course, qualifying and both races are done on the tyres from Hoosier. On this occasion, though, there is only one race, and yet, if you get yourself to about 30 laps to go with no rear tyres left, you are going to know about it. And you're probably not going to have a very fun time as you fall through the order. So keeping that set of slicks in good condition for the tail end of the race is going to be key. We've heard a few drivers say they reckon they know how to keep them going across the distance, and we'll see if anybody notably moves forward towards the end of the 100-lap race. 5 minutes and 35 seconds until the command is given. The festivities continue here on the infield. Of course, the infield here at Venray uniquely features yet another oval, the quarter mile, that has been seeing some other oval racing action, some stock cars, some brisker machinery. It has been a very full package of racing this weekend. Do love that helmet design on Ryan Vargas. Some very creative helmets and indeed some very creative liveries here in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. Do you remember when the 50 car gained a frog on the bonnet halfway through last year? Because I do. We are less than 5 minutes away. Is there anyone outside the top 10 that we could expect to really elevate through the order? What about Victor Neumann? He was fighting for a podium yesterday, 13th on the grid today. I think you'll be a little bit disappointed, actually, to not be in the top 10 on the grid. The pace this morning in qualifying for EuroNASCAR Pro was certainly a bit more rapid than what we saw yesterday. But nonetheless, I think Victor Neumann will feel like he could have done a little bit more. And certainly a top 10 possible from 13th on the grid, but he's going to have some work to do. He is, however, going to have the outside line in the early 2x2 stages of this race. That could help him pick up a couple of positions. Liam Lambert, we heard from him in the Trackside show between quali and the race. Driver with some oval racing lineage, oval racing experience for him personally, and indeed his father, also an oval racer on the short ovals in the UK. And here at Venray, as a matter of fact. And Liam will be perhaps one to watch as well. Two Liams on the grid, Lambert and Hazemans. Hazemans, of course, on the front row of the grid. Liam Lambert, 15th on the grid. There is the Hazemans car. When Jill Linster was racing it in EuroNASCAR 2 a little earlier on in the weekend, unfortunately, oh dear, and I don't think that official knew he was on camera. But Liam Hazemans' teammate Jill Linster certainly had an unfortunate run. We heard puncture it was ultimately for Jill Linster yesterday. That took him more or less out of the race. He lost 2 laps coming into the pit lane, and that is unfortunate for his championship aspirations. But of course, we have a long way to go in the series, and we have double points coming up before long as well. The cheerleaders make their way off the grid, and we are now in that closing stanza before we fire up the motors. A reminder, this race will go for 100 laps. Under yellow flag, there's also the potential for additional laps. So if we spend a long time under yellow, a few laps could be added to the race distance. There's also the potential for a green-white checkered finish, a overtime, if you will, towards the end of the race if there's a late yellow. So there's, at the steward's discretion, a number of tools that could extend the race in the event of a yellow flag. I'll do a few warm-up laps here, and then we will go green. I think it's 5 warm-up laps in the schedule, and then we will go green and racing. And certainly, I think a lot of pressure on the shoulders. It's been ramping up all weekend for these EuroNASCAR Pro drivers in particular. Those that have never raced on the oval before had a brief exploratory session on Saturday morning, and then they had to sit back and watch the EuroNASCAR 2 drivers for the rest of the day. Finally got it back in the car again just after breakfast time. And, well, it now all comes down to this. It's not a 2-race format. If you ruin your race this weekend, there is no recovery. There is no better fortune to come the next day. It's all down to 1 race here at the Venray Oval. At 25-degree banking, progressive banking, it means you need to be willing to hug the walls Not everyone was willing yesterday in EuroNASCAR 2. Understandably, some of those who hadn't raced ovals before were maybe a bit distant, keeping the white wall at a wide berth. But here in EuroNASCAR Pro, they need to be aggressive. They need to nail each and every run around this half-mile circuit. And the countdown to command is less than 30 seconds away. So I will free up the airwaves, make sure we hear from our Grand Marshal, Parker Toomey, the hockey player, ready to give the most famous words in motorsport.
We still have 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
All right, boys. Showtime. Drivers, start your engines!
Very good. A solid 8.5 out of 10 on the enthusiasm scale and about 11 out of 10 on the adrenaline scale from Parker. And we are now ready to go racing. The engines are fired. The formation laps will begin and will be in store for a dramatic 100 laps of racing. Will we see moves through the order? Will we see Vittorio Girelli claim yet another win in what has been a hugely successful season for him to this point? Certainly, you'd be a bold man to bet against Vittorio Girelli on his current form. But anything is possible. We've seen the car falter on a couple of occasions this year, actually. He had a small issue in Valencia, had a small issue at Brands Hatch as well. And on both occasions, it was the man alongside him on the front row, Liam Hasemans, who stepped up to the plate and took the win from him. So let's take a look. Let's keep an eye as they roll away now. Girelli has 4 wins to his name. Liam Hasemans has 2. Everybody else is yet to claim a victory. And you heard the rallying cry from Cal Racing a few moments ago. They have eyes only for pole position, well, only for the top step of the podium today. Vittorio Girelli and Liam Hasemans on the front row of the grid. Gianmarco Ercoli and Paul Giffreau on row number 2. Then it's Ryan Vargas alongside Mark Goosens on the second row of the grid. Third row of the grid. Martin Dubek and Vladimir Osiortis on row 4. Sebastian Blakemolen, Tobias Dauenhauer on row number 5, rounding out the top 10. Chrysonis and Tufel are behind them. From there, it's Victor Neumann in 13th, Gilles Delso in the 14, starting 14th place. Lambert and Lasserre on row 8. Gordon Barnes and Nick Strickler follow. Keep an eye on Gordon. He has raced a lot in this oval before. Our back row is just one car strong. It's Konstantin Schul, the GT racer from Austria, making his first attempt at an oval, his first attempt at EuroNASCAR in the number 77 car from the promotion stable. So he's the teammate today for Tobias Dauenhauer, of course, promotion racing, the German-run team. Tobias Dauenhauer, the first ever German to win a NASCAR sanctioned event globally. He secured that honour at Oschersleben on home turf last year. So 100 laps are on the counter. Andre Vigold will join us in commentary in the next couple of moments as well. He's been doing a fabulous job on the mic all day long. I understand you're with me now, Andre. You've been a busy boy. You've heard from just about everybody, in some cases twice, in one case, Girelli, 3 times. You've got a lot of insight, but it all comes down to this. It all comes down to the race. You are the local expert. You've spent your life at this circuit. What is your Venray gut telling you? Doesn't sound like we have Andre ready to go just yet, so hopefully we can hear from him shortly. The car's in the 2x2 formation. We'll be rolling very shortly. 1 lap to go before they are... 1 lap to go, so they are now in 2x2 formation. to go racing. It's Hazeman's on the inside line. He's going to have to pull out something extraordinary to try and claim the lead, though, because that outside line, that high groove, is the place to be. That's been proven. Let's see if Vittorio Garelli can hold the early lead. He's got a nose ahead as we get ready to go racing. We are underway at Venray for 100 laps of oval racing. The first time in 5 years that we see EuroNASCAR Pro racing on the oval. And what a start from Liam Hazeman's. He gave it everything on the outside groove. Garelli, I think, getting tapped by Urkeli there. Urkeli in turn folds down on Paul Dufresne. A chaotic first lap of the race. And it's a first lap that's led by Liam Hazeman's. Hazeman's leads then. Urkeli just tagged the rear there of Vittorio Garelli. Garelli got unsettled into 3, and frankly, I'm amazed that Garelli kept it in a straight line. Urkeli goes low, trying to find his way past Garelli. The low line seems to be working for the EuroNASCAR Pro drivers in a way that it didn't for the EuroNASCAR 2 drivers just a couple of hours, 24 hours ago. Ryan Vargas in 4th place, side by side for P5 as well. Mark Goossens, Paul Dufresne, side by side for 5th position. Dufresne on the low line. He'll be disappointed to have gotten folded into there by Gianmarco Urkeli. That cost him a little bit of vital ground. We're on lap 4 of the race. 3 laps in the books. And Paul Dufresne has that inside line. Goossens cannot find his way by. Hearing you now, Andre, a dramatic start to the race. The 72 and the 69 now side by side, as we saw yesterday. The Team Blake-Molen cars, Chris Sonis is up in the top 10 as well. It looks like that low line is working for them, Andre.
Wow, what an amazing start. There was almost the first caution of this event, but they really saved all the cars. This was just amazing. I took just 1 or 2 minutes to catch a little bit my breath after this pre-race show and all the stuff going on, and I enjoyed listening to you, but now I'm back here for this broadcast. Hazeman's in first place ahead of Urkeli and Garelli. And Garelli, he was tapped by Urkeli. We know that the bump and run is not allowed at Raceway Venray in the EuroNASCAR Series. We want to prevent serious accidents on the oval, but I think it was more the effect that everybody came together at the start. But I was really thrilled by the start of Hazeman's, and we saw Tobias Daunauer going a little bit sideways, but he caught the car as well. So it's an interesting start to this 100 lap race with Hazeman's leading for the first time ever in his career on an oval ahead of Urkeli and Garelli. Vargas in 4th, and I think we are off to an amazing oval race here at Raceway Venray, because we have plenty of battles on the full grid, on the full field. So this is going to be an exciting one. To answer the question you had earlier to me when you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, it's been a great race so far. Hazeman's 1 second clear now, so he's got that second buffer over Gianmarco Urkeli. Keep an eye on that. We'll note that down and see whether the gap starts to come down. In fact, it's up to 1.2, so he's consistently lapping quicker at the moment. In fact, he's the only driver lapping under 20 seconds. To be honest with you, not to be a pessimist, but I wonder, in my mind, whether or not that means he's taking too much out of the tyres early doors. We'll wait and see if that's the case. Hazeman's is usually quite good at looking after his tyres. It looks like Vittorio Garelli, having had that dramatic first lap, having had to save the car, frankly, into turn 3 on lap number 1, it now seems as if he's the cork in the bottle. He's got Vargas, Dufresne, and then the Team Blake-Molen cars all hounding him. Chrysonis and Siortzis on the verge of going side by side into 3 and 4 just behind as well. There is Siortzis again, trying to utilise that low line, and it seems to be working in a way that it didn't 24 hours ago. Siortzis in that number 1 car running in 9th place. One driver that's made up some positions is Victor Neumann as well. He's in 11th position as Blake-Molen in the 69 goes low, trying to find a way past Paul Dufresne. Chrysonis and Siortzis will be looking to try and close in on that ever-increasing train of cars for 3rd position. Garelli just doesn't seem to be showing us the pace he had in qualifying. It looks like he's been a bit unsettled here in the early stages of the race as Dufresne has a look at Vargas.
Yes, there was the first attack by Dufresne, because Vargas is a little bit struggling behind Girelli because Girelli hold them all off a little bit. He has not the pace to go with Ercoli and Hazemans. I think there's something off. He got a little bit tapped at the beginning. I don't think that hit was too hard. So I don't think there's any damage there. Maybe he has a little bit of a problem with the balance of his car, but at the moment he's trying everything to keep Vargas behind him, and he has so many drivers trying to find a way past him, and Geoffroy now suffers a little bit. He came a little bit too wide in turn 1 and turn 2, so there's now a little bit of a gap between him and Vargas, and maybe Sebastian Blekemolen and Mark Goossens can now take advantage of it. It's going to be who's the patient one? Who's going to be the one who sees the right opportunity when somebody is doing a mistake? It's really tough to overtake here, but if somebody is struggling in front of you, you really can make the pass go. So this is going to be a game of wait and see and find the right opportunity. If you attack too early, you're going to be swallowed by the guys behind you.
One thing I didn't pick up on before the race started is that Martin Dubek didn't take the start. So Dubek not taking the start of the race.
Yes.
He was struggling with his neck yesterday. That's a big shame because Dubek's been great across both categories so far this season. The other factor in this big battle for third place, though, I think, is the fact that, well, give it 10 laps, probably give it fewer than 10 laps, and they'll be in the lap traffic. It looked like there was side-by-side going on there. In fact, that is the beginning of the lap traffic. Gordon Barnes going a lap down, so this is going to be a factor. Also, the fact that the lap traffic could be holding up some of these drivers. They've been told to go low when they're being lapped, but perhaps not everybody will adhere to that over the course of the race distance. Vittorio Girelli is going to be very much hoping that he doesn't trip over anyone at any point here.
I have one information. It's about the neck of Martin Dubek. I had so much information when I was down there on the grid. I just missed that part. I talked to one of the mechanics and crew chief, and they told me Martin Dubek is out of this race because he suffered too much pain in his neck, and he don't want to be any safety issue in this race, and he's focusing on EuroNASCAR too. So yeah, it's the demanding style of over racing, and it had its first victim in Martin Dubek, who's not taking part in this race, so we missed the number 7 car. But Girelli has really issues here at the moment, keeping up the pace with Ercoli and Hazemans, and still Vargas trying to find a way, but he's really patient. It's just 20 of 100 laps. He has still so many time left in this race to maybe grab his second podium position. But again, like in EuroNASCAR 2, the field is a little bit splitted in two halves, and the traffic will be also a key element later. We see Hazemans already passing the first back marker. So Hazemans and then Ercoli, this is going to be interesting when Hazemans loses a little bit of momentum when he gets into traffic.
The gap was almost 1.5 seconds not so long ago, and the gap is now coming down. Gianmarco Ercoli is hunting down in that number 54 car, our race leader. And of course, you heard the statement of intent during your interview, Andre. Win or bust is effectively the message coming from the Cal Racing pit lane today. Like Luca Lasserre was staying well out of the way in the back of shot coming out of turn 4. But Vittorio Girelli, for me, is the driver under the most pressure. As much as Ercoli is closing in on Hazemans, he's only got one car behind him. Vittorio Girelli has, well, the rest of the top 10 more or less behind him at this point. 0.4 of a second now between Hazemans and Ercoli at the front as well. So yeah, two battles going on here at the sharp end. One for the lead, one for third position. I don't know where to look at the moment. Vargas, of course, under equal pressure as well from Paul Giuffreau. And I must take my hat off to Paul Giuffreau. He's the leading, really complete novice when it comes to oval racing here. But you wouldn't think it, would you? He's really just taken the baton and run with it.
But I think that's part of his character. When you see him, he's always fooling around. He's having a lot of fun. And I think this approach of not stressing himself too much, enjoying the event, enjoying the time he has, is also maybe freeing him a little bit to be that fast. He's not going into a tunnel that early. I know he's really concentrated. Oh, we have Ulysse Delsaut in the pit lane. They change a tire, and I think on the right side you see a punctured tire. So Ulysse Delsaut out of the race at the moment. I think he will be back in action, but they had to replace a tire that deflated. So a puncture for Ulysse Delsaut. But back to Hazemans. I think his approach is a really good one, but Ercoli, he's closing in.
We did see a slow Speedhouse car going around the outside of turn 4 at one point. I thought it was Leclerc getting out of the way. It might have been Delso suffering a puncture instead. But nonetheless, yes, Gianmarco Ercoli definitely closing in. I'm wondering as well, in that battle for third place, whether Vargas and Dufresne are maybe just playing the waiting game for now, not taking too much out of their tyres, and looking to challenge for the podium later on. We're approaching lap 30 of the race. We're over a quarter of a way through already. We went 70 laps, all green flag yesterday in EuroNASCAR 2. So far we've stayed green in EuroNASCAR Pro as well. You see some of the drivers really testing the wall on the outside of turn 4 as they push for those minute improvements lap on lap on lap. It's all about consistency here, staying focused, keeping control, not seesawing at the wheel so as to not take too much out of these Heusier tyres. And well, Ryan Vargas said if I had another 20 laps yesterday, I would have gotten my second position that he was fighting so hard for with Claudio Remeggio Capelli. Today he's fighting for one step lower on the podium, but can you imagine what it would mean to the US-based fans, to 3F Racing and Ryan Vargas' sponsors, if they could be on the EuroNASCAR Pro podium this weekend as well?
That would be a huge step for Ryan Vargas. But what we see again is, if you're a NASCAR driver from the US with Xfinity Truck Series experience, that doesn't make you the top driver in European NASCAR racing, even on an oval. This is very interesting to see that we have so much talent also on ovals here in Europe with Girelli, with Ercoli, with Hasemans. They really show that the level is really high in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. And of course, the ladder is at some point, maybe you go from Europe to the US to compete in NASCAR races. And I think what we see here right now, that a lot of top drivers and a little tap. That's what Dufresne was it? Sorry, I just messed it a little bit up. But Dufresne tapped a little bit Vargas, and then he got past. That was a really interesting situation. Sorry for my little bit, messed up the names, but it was a really interesting situation, Adam.
It looked to me like Vargas was loose potentially before the little tap from Dufresne there. I think he might have overtook corner entry, but I'm not sure. Nonetheless, Vargas demoted then to 5th position. That's a big blow for him, and it's a big assist for Vittorio Girelli, because suddenly he's got 3 or 4 car lengths between himself and the drivers behind. That could be very useful, although it could also be eradicated the next time they come across lap traffic. Speaking of lap traffic, Liam Hasemans has a good amount of it in front of him at the moment, and that's going on while Gianmarco Ercoli hunts the young Dutchman down. 2 of our champions, of course, from last year. Junior Trophy champion in 2023 was Liam Hasemans. He was the EuroNASCAR 2 champ the year before that. And, of course, Gianmarco Ercoli is our defending EuroNASCAR Pro champion. Yet to get a win on the board, of course. And he will be very keen, not just to take the win, but also to prevent Liam Hasemans from taking his 3rd win of the season. Why is that? Is there particular animosity between them? Well, no, but the last thing he wants is 2 runaway drivers in the form of Girelli and Hasemans building a gap before we go into the double points playoffs in the last 2 events of the year.
And also, Ercoli had a really decent pace in the past at Raceway Venray, but he never nailed it. He never was on the podium here. His best finish is a 4th place from 2016 and a 6th place from 2017. That were the only top 10 results. Every races he, the other races he finished outside of the top 10. He had many issues here, so this could also be his first podium, even if he stays in 2nd. So Ercoli, yeah, he has a very interesting relationship to Raceway Venray that may turn a little bit better today.
Let's hope so. Vladimir Siortsis still not finding his way past Thomas Chrysonis at this stage. I can almost feel the frustration peeling off the number 1 car at the moment. Downhauer and Neumann have joined the queue as well now, so what was a 2-car scrap with Siortsis trying to find a way by has now become a 4-car scrap, and Downhauer is looking particularly racy here. He lauded the promotion team's efforts, of course, promotion having not raced here previously. As to the inside there, look, Victor Neumann in the Marco Stipp 47 car. Yeah, Dauenhauer seems to be using his equipment very well at the moment. He's yet to make up a place from his 10th on the starting grid. Good start, good run out of 2 there from Vladimir Osiortis. We got to look at Martin Dubeck there watching on in the grandstands, unfortunately. But Siortis for a moment looked like he might have a drag on Chrysonis going into turn 3. But again, the impact of coming off the high line onto the back straight is really huge. Again, it looked like Siortis had at least a quarter panel on Chrysonis there, but then Chrysonis just gets a couple out of mile an hour more coming off the banking.
I see now an advantage of Victor Neumann if he plays it well. He's now lining up behind Ercole because we heard Dejan Grabac, the race director, before in the pre-race show, and he said all the drivers who is going to be lapped, they have to go down, and Victor Neumann already let the leaders by, so he can now line up behind them, because those 3 here, they have to go down very, very soon, and he has now the advantage. Look at this, Tobias Dauenhauer, he squeezed down to the lower line, and Victor Neumann maybe now take advantage and just go by with Ercole.
Rather engrossed in his own battle here is Vladimir Osiortis. I don't know if he realises that it's the leader behind him, but he really needs to before too long. We saw a 5-second penalty for not obeying blue flags, not allowing the leader through earlier. Osiortis now realises and allows him through. Chrysonis goes low as well, probably wise thinking there to try and retain that gap over Siortis while also letting the others through, letting the lead pair through. Interesting stuff going on here at the front of the order. They came across a big pack of cars fighting there, and that fight resumes now. Chrysonis, Siortis, Neumann bumper to bumper, and Neumann managed to get past Dauenhauer in all of that, as you suggested. Was very wise to let the leaders through, and then simply managed to get past Dauenhauer and move himself up into the top 10. Good stuff, Victor Neumann.
Yeah, definitely. That was a strategy. I saw him moving down early, and then he just connected to Ercole's car, and he never opened the gap. He never let the gap open, and that was what helped him getting past Dauenhauer. That was a really clever move by Neumann. It just worked for one pass, almost also with Tortis, but that was really, really clever.
Now he's got a grandstand view as Siortis continues to investigate his options to get past the Marco Stipp motorsport car of Thomas Chrysonis. It's Greece versus Cyprus in this battle for 8th position. Again, Siortis just looking for the inside line. Such has been the unfortunate nature of his season sometimes this year. A top 10 would be definitely a move in the right direction for Vladimir Osiortis, but if he can make up some more places, maybe go hunting for some of the positions further up the order, that would be great for him also. I get the impression that Siortis has a quicker car. He's just not able to find a way around Chrysonis. Dauenhauer has closed in again on this queue of cars as well. So Dauenhauer investigating his options. What's the gap between the leaders this time by? It was 0.7 of a second a lap ago. What is it now? It's still almost exactly, or it is exactly 0.7 of a second between Hazemans and Ercole.
Yeah, there may be something coming. It depends on what Hazemans is doing with his tires, if he can save them. You've heard it in the pre-race show that Luca Lasser said you always want to have some tires left, because 100 laps on those Hoosier tires is a managing game. You cannot push too hard. You have to manage the tires, and if you have them worn out at the end, the other guy behind you, when he has some tires left, he may get past you. So it's not only your tires. And Zortzis, he looks so racy, but he also has to keep in mind, if he goes down in the lower groove, he may get passed by Victor Neumann. So he's managing his attacks right now, but now it's Neumann's turn. He dives to the inside. That may open also the door for Dauenhauer to take the place back if Neumann doesn't get back up to the outer groove. Now they are side by side. This is Dauenhauer's advantage right now.
Yeah, Dauenhauer with the favoured high groove coming out of turn 2. Neumann's really going to have to do something special to hold on to this from here. Dauenhauer has a nose ahead. He has a car ahead. Neumann drops down. That's almost exactly what happened to him yesterday in EuroNASCAR 2 while fighting for the podium with Ryan Vargas. He will not be pleased with that. Thomas Hoffel just behind them in 12th position. He just found himself up in the wall a lap or so ago. coming out of turn 4 as well, so he's getting his Venray stripes like many of them have done across this weekend. Some more lap traffic up ahead in the form of the 77 car of Konstantin Schul. Word to Konstantin, he started at the back and he's up to 15th position, so the Oval Racing debutant, very experienced sports car racer, putting in a good shift at the moment as he gets out of the way of that battle for 8th position. Meanwhile, Paul Dufresne on the rear bumper once again of that number 24 car of Vittorio Garelli for that final podium position. This could be a big swing in the championship with Garelli behind in third place and potentially facing, not finishing on the podium if Dufresne or Vargas can get through. Garelli in that 24 car has had an immaculate season so far since switching over to PK Carsport, of course. We've seen Anthony Kumpen go great guns here in years past in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series at Venray, and of course he's the man behind that PK Carsport team. So there's every reason to believe that the PK Carsport car should be quick here. It was quick here in qualifying, and Garelli has been impressive this year. Given that qualifying performance, given Garelli's immense confidence this season in himself and indeed in his machinery, do you think he's a little bit disappointed to only be running third right now?
Yeah, definitely. He wanted the win so bad. He was so quick in qualifying, but yeah, just a little bit of a tangle there in the beginning, a little bit of a tap, and everything changes, and now he has to adapt to the situation. But it's very interesting. We are now 133 consecutive caution-free laps here at Raceway Venray. Everybody who was expecting a wreckfest at the Oval wasn't proven wrong. We have very clean, very respectful racing. Tzotzis tries it again. He sees that the gap to Dauenhauer is big enough to try and then move up to the outside lane again. This is very clever to talk to your spotter to see where the gap is to your chases, and if the gap is big enough, you can try it. You can throw one attack, and now he's trying it again. He's side by side with Calzones. Tzotzis now with a little bit more momentum. Can he stick? Can he make it happen this time in turn 3 to turn 4? If he doesn't get it done, he may lose one more position because Dauenhauer is now right behind Calzones.
Dauenhauer here is just inheriting positions, isn't he? He's around the outside of Siortzis, and he has indeed gotten past Vladimiros Siortzis for what is now 9th place. So Dauenhauer up to P9. He's just inheriting positions when people make attacks, isn't he? They go low, he stays high, and he goes by. That's the pattern at the moment for promotions. Dauenhauer, Neumann looking racy and aggressive as well. Something of a powder keg, I think, developing here in this battle for 8th position. You just get the feeling something has to give in this 4-car battle eventually, especially when the drivers continue to make attacks and then lose out. That builds the frustration, and they have to try and keep a cool head if they possibly can. And I note that just behind them now is the battle for 3rd place. Garelli, Dufresne, Vargas are closing in on this 4-car train, which means once again they now have to handle traffic management. They have to think about when and how to let the battle for 3rd place through.
And what we say always on German television when we commentate the NASCAR Cup Series and NASCAR Xfinity Series, this NASCAR racing on ovals, it's high-speed chess because it's so strategic. You have to make clever moves. You cannot just attack. You have so many factors impacting your pace, the tires, and also the groove on the racetracks. You have to be very clever. That's why we call it high-speed chess at 200 kph here at this short track. So you have to be really, really clever. You cannot make any single mistake. And now we see when they let the guys by on the lead lap, how they now line up behind them, because there's a big pile of cars.
Very big pile of cars. Here comes Dauenhauer. Now he's going on the offensive for the first time, and he gets by Chrysonis. Now he just needs to try and get high. He does so, and he gets up and past Chrysonis into 8th position. Thomas Chrysonis now will have to yield as well, because here comes the battle for 3rd place directly behind him on his rear bumper. But Tobias Dauenhauer has been making searing progress so far in this motor race. Tobias Dauenhauer up to 8th position, And Garelli under pressure still from Dufro and indeed from Vargas. Looked like Neumann was on the offensive against Siortzis. Yes, he is. Victor Neumann trying to get past Vladimiros for 10th position. Has he got the run out of the corner? Unfortunately, the other Marco Stipp car is inadvertently giving Vladimiros a bit of a tow at the moment, to the detraction of his teammate in the 47 car. They're still side by side. Neumann was almost side by side for a lap there with Vladimiros Siortzis, but he has to give way eventually. But Dauenhauer has a really good car underneath him. He's just driven away now from Chrysonis since he's gotten past. I get the impression that if he'd got a better qualifying, he could have been quite a bit higher up the order by now.
Yeah, definitely. The pace is there, and you see who joins the battle. Thomas Toffel is there at the back of Neumann. Now the next attack, Siortzis versus Chrysonis the next time, and Neumann now tries to close the gap to Chrysonis. Maybe then he can swallow just the car of Vladimir Siortzis, the number 1 car. This is now really high-speed chess.
It really is, and I'm seeing more and more, especially when they go low, more and more slip on the rear. It's getting loose on the rear. Siortzis loses out there to Neumann, and here comes Tefel now to the inside of Siortzis as well. So Thomas Tefel could have a top 10 out of this at the moment. He's in the right queue to try for it at the very least. 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th in one long queue, and I think Luca Lasser is just behind them as well. No, yes, I think that is Lasser. So an interesting scrap developing for 9th place. Really, Chrysonis has been the meeting point for everybody today, hasn't he? He's where people go to have a fight, which I'm sure is a role he doesn't really enjoy.
And there's the leaders coming again. I saw Hazemans, I also saw Blake Molen. So I think we just have 5 cars in the lead lap left in a few minutes.
That really shows quite the pace at the front of the order. Hazemans and Erkeli have barely dropped pace since this race began. They're still running in the low 20s at the moment. They were running low 20s at the start as well. 19, maybe dipping into the 19s just about, but it was 20.0s, 20.1s. They're now still running around in the 20.4s at 4/5 distance. We are on lap 80 of the race as we speak, just going on to lap number 81, and Hazemans, yes, is closing on Blakemolen, and Blakemolen in turn is trying to lap this 3-car scrap between Chrysonis, Neumann, and indeed the number 1 car of Vladimiros Siortzis. Neumann now going low against his own teammate, of course. The Marco Stipp Motorsport 46 and 47 cars side by side, and again Neumann is going to lose out here going low, and he needs to now stay low, of course, because of the lap traffic just behind him, but I don't think he quite realises he's too busy racing Siortzis. If you haven't already left, Andre, I know you're about to. What a race it's been so far.
Just thrilling, just excited, and exciting, and I will now head down and watch it with my own eyes. So I will enjoy the last 15 laps, and then I will grab the winner. See you later.
Excellent stuff. We'll see you in victory lane, Andre. Blakemolen goes low to allow Liam Hazemans past. Hazemans continuing to lead, and critically for Hazemans, Erkeli now has Blakemolen directly in front of him, and that's going to be so frustrating for Gianmarco. He's going to be saying, "Your lap traffic too, get out of my way." The 21 car into the pits, unfortunately. Liam Lambert's EuroNASCAR debut has come to an end a little bit early there. The Lux Motorsport machine that ran very well in the hands of Davidson yesterday. Liam Lambert was talking up the potential of coming back and racing in Most, and we do hope we see him again before too long. Siortzis again taking the low groove, trying to find any way past that 46 of Chrysonis. Chrysonis, who has proven to be the most frustrating man to overtake today by the looks of it. Everyone trying to go low and find a way by, but it's just not happening. Around the outside there goes Erkeli, still trying to get past Sebastian Blakemolen. Blakemolen has had the 54 car on his right rear quarter panel for a good 2 or 3 laps at this stage. To be fair, Blakemolen seems to be making the low line work for him. He's keeping pace with Gianmarco Erkeli, but finally lets him through now. Blakemolen, who's running in 6th position, We have less than 15 laps to go, and Liam Hasemans leads the race. Gianmarco Ercoli is in second. Then it's Vittorio Garelli. Paul Givreau in fourth place. Then it's Ryan Vargas in P5. Sixth is Sebastian Blakemolen. Seventh is Mark Goosens. Tobias Downhauer in eighth place. Thomas Chrysonis in ninth. Vladimir Osiortsis in 10th. And this is the battle that we see at the moment. Neumann in 11th place, desperately trying to find his way through. And then Thomas Tuffel keeping a watching brief of the battle as well. Extremely low there. I think that was Nick Strickler trying to get out of everybody's way. Paul Givreau has now fallen behind Ryan Vargas again. So Vargas is up to fourth position. Ryan Vargas has gotten back into P4. He was running down in fifth. He's now back into fourth. With less than a dozen laps to go, has Ryan Vargas got enough time to try and close back in on Vittorio Garelli? Has the 3F Racing Camaro got what it takes to make a late bid for the podium? I didn't see how he got past Givreau, but he has done. Would the American racer love to be on the podium 2 days in a row? You bet he would. Hasemans has it under control at the front. He's 2 seconds clear of Gianmarco Ercoli, basically. 1.856. Tuffel looking to the inside now of Victor Neumann. Can the ex-motorcycle racer from Switzerland try and find a way past Neumann? It's been a frustrating race for the drivers. They go low, and more often than not, they'll try and pass somebody and end up losing out. And Tuffel spins, and just about avoids anything hard. But that was a big moment for Tuffel. He was clearly pushing. You can see there the cement off the side of the walls. And we've gone yellow. We've gone to a caution for the first time this weekend after 91 laps in EuroNASCAR Pro. After 70 laps yesterday in EuroNASCAR 2, our first caution here at Venray, courtesy of a Thomas Tuffel spin, and that means several things. That means we're going to need a restart for the first time. That means we're going to see the choose cone in effect for the first time. And that means that anything could happen as we approach the checkered flag. Oh boy. I miss Andre. He'd have a lot to say about this right now. We're on lap 93 of the race. The top left of your screen telling you that 92 laps have been completed. We do have a format here that allows for a green flag finish at the steward's discretion. The overtime clock is available. There's also the option of adding laps to the race distance, so we might see the lap distance go up a little bit. We'll keep an eye on the news bulletin section from our stewards for that information as and when it comes. I think we may also see a wave around for a couple of drivers. The most recent driver to go a lap down would be Sebastian Blakemolen, so he may well get his lap back, I think. We are under caution at the Raceway Venray. I thought we might just get away with it, you know. I thought we were going to stay green. But at the very last stanza of the EuroNASCAR Pro race, we are under caution. Liam Hasemans has had a fabulous race so far. The critical point of this race really was turns 1 and 2 on lap 1. Hasemans found a way to make that low line work for him on the first lap. I imagine he just threw caution to the wind, quite frankly. And then, as Gianmarco Ercoli got into the rear of Vittorio Garelli, our pole sitter would cross the line at the end of lap number 1 in 3rd place, and he's been unable to get any further up since. He's been fighting to try and keep that podium since. Tuffel, I don't know if he actually even grazed that wall on the outside. He did quite well to avoid it, but it was a big spin, and I'm sure heart firmly in mouth for our driver of the 34. Rather surprisingly, he didn't lose a single position. He was a lap clear of Lasser, or at least some distance clear of Lasser at the time of the caution. So he didn't lose anything from that, Thomas Tuffel. You also saw Sebastian Bleekemolen there getting the wave around. So yes, indeed, Bleekemolen has now got his lead lap back. Should there be any further incident and accident, that could be a critical moment for Bleekemolen to be back there on the lead lap. Of course, the nature of that incident, there was no debris as such, so there should be a fairly brief caution. Cars now getting into the correct order. As well as the lap counter, there is also a time clock on this race, a maximum time that is permitted. We've got 9.5 minutes left on the time clock, so we've still got time to get to the checkered flag and get there racing, which I believe the officials have every intention of doing. We now get a look at how Ryan Vargas got by. So that's Vargas sneaking past Paul Dufresne. That gives me the vibe of I'd think they would stay in fourth, but that almost looked like a misgear. Dufresne just had no speed coming off of turn 2, and Vargas went back through. Safety car lights are still on, but they're formed up into 2x2 formation. Gianmarco Ercoli there on the inside line. Thought the safety car may peel in there, but that is not the case. We're just completing the 98th lap now. Safety car in this lap, so we are going racing this time. And the drivers on that high line may reap the benefits. Girelli will be looking to try and profit off of Gianmarco Ercoli down low. Vargas will be looking to do the same to Paul Dufresne as well. Dufresne went and chose the low line to try and find his way back past Ryan Vargas. Strictly, he is ahead of Vargas for now, but let's see if that's the case as we return to racing. This is then a 2-lap dash, and immediately Ercoli gets sideways. He manages to hold on to it though, and Paul Dufresne almost found a way by in the process of all of that. We return to racing action with a flourish there from Gianmarco Ercoli, but I think he cost himself too much time getting loose there, and Hazemans, with 1 lap to go, seems to be home free at the front. What about Vargas? He's lost out. He's with the choose situation. He's dropped himself to 5th place, and he's behind Vittorio Girelli. Girelli is off the podium and behind Paul Dufresne. Dufresne has profited. The checkered flag awaits for our winning drivers, I think. It should have come out that time. In fact, no, the race has been extended to 103 laps. That information has only just come through to me, I'm afraid. We are now on the closing lap of this race, and Ercoli, while he's closing on Hazemans, is not close enough. I was given the 1 to go, but we are now 1 to go, so I think that was given a little bit early. This definitely, for sure, is the final lap of the race. Girelli closing in on Dufresne, but he's not going to be close enough without a serious run out of turn 4. The checkered flag awaits for Hazemans. The 1 to go was definitely given far too early, but we are now finally on the final lap of the race. I can only give the information I'm given. Hazemans comes out of turn 4. The checkered flag will await him now, and he claims his first ever EuroNASCAR win on an oval. Moreover, he claims his 3rd win of the season. Liam Hazemans really does something special. We ended up with 104 laps rather than 103 eventually there, so the lap counter was off by a lap. They added laps because of the safety car, and Liam Hasemans manages to claim a win. Hendricks Motorsport claim a victory. Hendricks Motorsport have taken the win. A perfect weekend from them. The number 7 car took the win yesterday. Martin Dubeck, and Liam Hasemans, the sister car, the other Hendricks Motorsport entry, the number 50, has claimed the win at the Raceway Venray. Ercoli, Dufro, Gurelli, Ryan Vargas, your top 5. Ryan Vargas' first ever top 5 in EuroNASCAR Pro, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Sebastian Blakemolen 6th, Tobias Downhauer 7th, Mark Goosens in 8th, Chris Sonis in 9th, and Victor Neumann is in 10th position. Tuffel and Siortsis in 11th and 12th place. Lasser in 13th. Konstantin Schull in 14th. And Nick Strickler in 15th place. Our other 2 finishers were Gilles Delceau and Gordon Barnes. Liam Lambert, unfortunately, not reaching the flag. I read that contact as, we get some donuts from Liam Hasemans. I had the feeling that he wasn't able to resist. Just got the impression that he was going to do something. And sure enough, Liam Hasemans gives a little bit of a celebration to the fans in Venray. His local fans, of course. The Dutchman with a home win. All of the preparation work he did, doing some late model racing, has paid off. Ryan Vargas is not a happy man. I think that was directed at Paul Dufro. Some drama then elsewhere in the field. But Liam Hasemans celebrating a victory in style here at Raceway Venray. Andre chatting there to Liam Hasemans. Hasemans will soon be out of the car, onto the roof, and ready to celebrate. For the 3rd time this year, Hasemans takes the 50 car to the top step of the podium, and you can see the delight for the young Dutchman. The Hasemans dynasty has always been strong. Loris is a multi-time champion, of course, in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. Their older brother, Mike, a hugely successful sports car racing, and Hendricks Motorsports' young prodigy Liam Hasemans adding even more Hasemans victories to the record books. You see there Gianmarco Ercoli congratulating him, his Hendricks Motorsport team congratulating him. Hasemans is really setting himself up as the primary challenger to Vittorio Gurelli. Three wins thus far in the 2024 season. And Andre, you're there. We've got you. Let's talk to Liam Hasemans.
I caught him. What an amazing race. You had to survive the last restart. That was intense, right?
Yeah, that was surviving, man. That was really surviving. But I mean, hey, that's NASCAR, it's best, right? Oh, I need to catch my breath 2 seconds because it was so intense in there. But I mean, yeah, awesome job. I mean, thank you to the team. Again, I mean, you know, it's our home race, but they just give me also the perfect car for it. So just incredibly thank you to the Hendricks Motorsport team. And yeah, thank you to Gianmarco also for the battle. It was really nice. I mean, he tried it, and I stick to it. Really, I tried my maximum, but yeah, we got it at the end, so incredibly happy.
You know what's next?
Yes.
Put on the next sticker, please.
Let's go. Oh.
Sweaty
All good?
hands and a
Yeah,
sticker.
for an interview?
A challenge.
Okay. No, it's NASCAR.
Sticker on. And for a third time this year, he's a EuroNASCAR Pro winner. You've got the EuroNASCAR 2 sticker there as well, of course, from Jill Linster. That car has been to victory lane a good number of times so far this season. And it may not be the last time either. Hazeman's looks really strong here. Gianmarco Ercoli is with you though, Andre.
Yeah, we have the interview, the track interview behind us with the winner, but we have to talk to Gianmarco. We saw after the race you had an intense discussion with Vittorio Girelli. Can you tell me why you were unhappy with him?
Yeah, because I don't like the move in the first lap. He brake a lot early for lose the second position to me and for have the advantage to Liam, because he understands I am more fast here today. And that move I don't like because I pushy, because he brake early, and I have the risk to take penalty and he to go to the wall. He don't arrive to the wall because I brake a lot. But if I don't brake a lot, sure he is in the wall. And I don't like this move. Okay, strategy. I understand. ERI4, I don't have problem. Liam today win because he's really speed and doing a perfect race. I like, and don't worry, the championship now arrived to the finals, and I push really hard, push more hard than all my years, because I don't like that.
All right, thank you so much. Grazie mille. Congratulations still for a good race.
Thank you.
Back to you, Adam.
Well, a lot went on there at the end of that race. I can only apologise. I was fed a one to go that was false in the commentary box, but oh, goodness me. A lot of discussions are going on here today, and a lot of it is not happy. The EuroNASCAR Pro race at the Venray Oval has raised some tensions, that much is for sure. But Hazeman and Ercoli, the top two, and you see there Girelli being talked to by Ercoli still at the moment. We'll try and jump in for an interview once they stop fighting each other, but yeah, tensions are high today, aren't they, Andre?
Yeah, I'm a soccer referee. I'm totally used to that. So it was just my job to get him out of there. Can you just explain me why you're unhappy with him and he's unhappy with you? Because I heard his opinion, now it's your turn.
Yeah, basically in turn 3, he just didn't brake and he wanted to put me in the wall, you know, because I'm leading the championship. Also last race he was bumping like hell. Then when I was beside him, he cut my lane again and I had to brake, otherwise we all shunt, you know. Very stupid and dangerous driving. And then he comes to me and say I braked early, but it was the first lap, I brake in the normal braking point. But yeah, I don't care, stupid guy, you know. I won't even, you know, it doesn't touch me. Anyway, yeah, I didn't have so much race pace because on lap 30 I had a power steer issue.
Oh, that explains why, okay.
Yeah, I had all the race with no power steer. So it was really hard to, I was literally starving, so, but anyway, good points. We go for the win the next one.
All right, thank you so much. Grazie mille. Thank you for your opinion. Back to you, Adam.
Of course, that turn 3 that he's referencing was lap 1. You'll remember, frankly, that Vittorio Girelli did an amazing job of keeping the car out of the wall at turn 3. They both have a different perspective on it. And even though I'm a neutral, I'm not willing to weigh in. You saw what you saw. And, well, the net result is some drama. Paul Giuffreau in the number 3. He finishes P3. He's with Andre.
That's what you said was right, Adam. We are just here to collect the statements. We are not there to judge. So you had a discussion with Ryan Vargas after the race. What happened there?
I don't know who you think he is. yeah, he come, he push my head. No, okay, we are in Europe, there is rules. You don't touch drivers. He brake a lot at the apex. I touched him a little bit. He was really wide. I just took the inside, and after it was too wide at the second turn. There is nothing. I had a lot of push. I didn't do like that. He was too much focused on me, and yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. So yeah, but to come to push me, yeah, we are not in United States. There is rule in Europe. You cannot do that, and yeah, I didn't do anything wrong.
All right, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. I think we have the next discussion right behind us, Adam, but I tried to find Ryan Vargas first. Stay. No, don't worry. All good, all good. You stay close to me. I get you later.
Well, I was about to say, I wonder if we get the entirety of the top 5 in an interview. So there's more discussions going on down there as they prepare victory lane in front of the main grandstand. But yeah, Ryan Vargas is apparently an interview target, and well, yeah, of course, you want to hear his perspective on what was going on towards the end.
Come here. We do it here. Okay. We need to have
The EuroNASCAR Pro race has certainly been a controversial one, especially seemingly in the post-race. Here's Ryan Vargas with Andre.
Oval racing, tempers flare. Why are you unhappy with Paul Gifford?
He drove through me. I mean, I spent 70 laps yesterday with Claudio Capelli, not touching. We barely rubbed a little bit. Nice and respectful racing, as oval racing should be. And Paul get to my rear bumper, didn't even give me a lap, and just drove through my rear end. I mean, it's completely cracked, my rear bumper. It's destroyed. So we'll be filing a protest. I don't care. I've ran hundreds of races on ovals, and that was one of the most disrespectful moves I've ever experienced in racing. And I absolutely want everybody to know that.
All right, thank you so much for your statement.
Thank you.
Back to you, Adam.
Sharply worded from Ryan Vargas, certainly. He was 5th position. He may feel he lost an overall podium out of that. He will be on the junior podium. Of course, Liam Hasemans is a junior driver, so he'll be on the top step of 2 different podiums, the overall as well as the junior trophy. Giuffreau and Vargas are going to be on the same podium in junior trophy. We'll see what goes on there. But that was a tumultuous race for some, for sure. Thomas Chrysonis was definitely in the midst of battle, Andre.
And I found the next discussion. We have a lot of tempers flaring at the moment after an intense race. We saw an amazing battle, but you were unhappy with Vladimiros, or he was unhappy with you?
No, it's confusing because you cannot understand what we are saying.
It was just the look in your face.
No, I'm just confused. I asked him why he chose to go low and why he stayed behind the 27, because I thought the 27 was behind. He was angry with the 20. They told him from the radio to be left, and I said, okay, for me, free position. I went up, I took it. There's no problem with Vlad. I just try to understand what happened. He was angry, so all good with us.
But we have the choose rule, so you have to choose which lane you want.
I was going high. I had the problem, like from the 20th lap approximately, the power steering broke, so I couldn't drive any faster. I said I will stay high the whole race. Whoever can pass me, the rest can stay behind. That was it. I pushed until the end, I toughed it out. I cannot feel my hands, all good. Now we have 2 months, cocktail, vacation, swimming, things like this.
This is a completely different mood than the other interviews. That's what I like.
Fight. We have 3 races more. They can do whatever they want. I am going to Czech Republic happy. I am going relaxed. All good.
But the battle with Neumann, Dauenhauer, who was also involved, Thomas Toffel, everybody there, Tsotzis, it was just amazing, right?
Everything because of New Smyrna. I'm letting you go because I am dying and they are starting their
podium. Thank you so much. We have to go to the podium now.
Podiums ahoy, as we now get ready to see the celebrations. We already have Giuffreau and Erkeli up there. Hasemans to the top step. Liam Hasemans. How apropos that a Dutchman wins the first EuroNASCAR Pro race in Holland in 5 years. And we'll now hear the Dutch national anthem.
Het volk zingt. De Nederlandse volk zingt.
we go. The anthems have been played and now the trophies are delivered. Paul Dufresne steps onto the third step of the podium. Of the addition of the flowers to the podium ceremony for today. I believe that Liam Hasemans will get a trifecta. He'll get a trophy, flowers, and the winner's wreath. Very old school. That is a big trophy as well, goodness me. Liam Hasemans is the man of the hour here in the Netherlands. It's fair to say he's going to have to watch this back and see everything that caused all of the dramas because, well, he wasn't privy. He just drove off at the front and had his own race, but there was a lot going on behind. Some of those debriefs are going to go long into the evening. For Hasemans, Erkeli and Dufresne, though, it's time to celebrate a podium. And for Liam, it's time to struggle with the cork. The third time this year, Hasemans is a EuroNASCAR Pro Race winner. If there was any doubt as to his status as one of the guys in EuroNASCAR Pro, I think we can firmly put those to bed. His debut season in EuroNASCAR 2 back in 2022 saw an electric rate of growth for the youngster. He ended up winning the championship in his debut season. The TJ Fastest Driver Award will also go to Liam Hasemans. The titanium ring from TJ Jewelry will be presented to him. Hasemans has been a very fun guy to see develop, and sky's the limit for this young man, I feel. You have to wonder, anyone from America watching, he's good on ovals, he's very good on road courses, he's won on both. Where could his career take him? His brother Loris, multiple EuroNASCAR Pro champion, of course, racing the NASCAR Cup Series with Team Hazeberg. Next up, the Junior Trophy podium. Ryan Vargas on the third step. Paul Dufresne takes the second step of the podium. It will be a second consecutive visit to the top step as Liam Hasemans returns to victory lane. Junior Trophy presentation then is complete. They pose for the pictures. And certainly, I think Liam knows he's in the middle of something there. Next up is the Challenger Trophy. It'll be Liam Lambert, who is set to secure a podium despite not seeing the flag within Challenger Trophy. Not many Challenger Trophy drivers entered today. Lambert steps onto the podium. Second place will go to Gordon Barnes, and that's awesome for Gordon. I'm delighted for him. It's been great to see him doing more racing in EuroNASCAR. The Club Challenge Regularity Series has really been his to lose the last couple of years. He's been so good. And Thomas de Velde on the top step in Challenger Trophy once again. That will do a lot for his campaign in Challenger Trophy, especially with Massimilio Lanza absent this weekend. De Velde, the Swiss racer, I think can mark his first weekend on an oval as a success. He did bring out the only caution of the day, but he also managed to avoid any barriers while doing it, and that has to go down as a win. As does this Challenger Trophy win. Of course, we still have the team's presentation to come in the next few moments as well. And for 3F Racing, it's going to be a bit of a celebration because it is the 3F Racing team that have had the best results across the two races this weekend. They are the best team of the day. That'll be a big celebration for 3F. I believe we are now seeing the team's trophy podium going on. There's the second place team, that being the Team RDV competition outfit. And 3F Racing on the top step. That must be awesome for them to have won the team's element of this weekend. The combined results across both races make up this, and 3F Racing have succeeded. Big weekend certainly for Vargas. Let's see if he can carry that momentum onto the road courses now, back at Most, of course, in August. I don't know his plans between now and then, but over the next 2 months I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in one or two other cars stateside. What a day at Venray. It's a day that's probably going to continue on in the paddock, in the steward's room for a little while. Get the impression there's some unresolved tensions in various departments, but for Vargas and 3F Racing, it's celebrations for them, and certainly for Liam Hazeman, Martin Dubeck and Hendricks Motorsport, it's celebrations for them too. Let's have a look now at some highlights from that race. Here are the highlights then from this race. We got started with controversy. Hazeman's got through into the lead on the low line from the inside of the front row. And then Gianmarco Ercoli into the rear of Vittorio Garelli. And that certainly upset Garelli. Paul Giuffreau got tagged as well as Garelli went low trying to save, or as Ercoli went low trying to find his way past Garelli. We also heard that Garelli ended up with power steering issues, of course, and that would have certainly hampered him. See if we can get a look at what happened between Ryan and Paul as well during this race. Side-by-side stuff, though, in the early stages. Garelli versus Ercoli, the two Italian racers. And Gianmarco Ercoli would ultimately get the better of it and drive away from the field along with Liam Hazeman. Another look here. That was a pretty hefty hit to the rear of Vittorio Garelli on second viewing. Paul Giuffreau there fighting it out in the early stages with Mark Goossens. Goossens taking the high line, trying to make up some positions for Team Blake Amolan. Of course, he would ultimately finish in 8th position. Another look at that tag. We've got multiple views, that much is for sure. Meanwhile, Thomas Grassonis was under pressure for most of the race, and that was the moment between Giuffreau and Vargas. Yes, I remember that one now. And no, I said initially that I thought Vargas was loose before Giuffreau tapped him, but no, Giuffreau Definitely nudged Vargas a bit there. We'll see what's made of that. Chrysonis continued his fight with Vladimiros Siortsis. Tobias Dauenhauer, of course, was surging through the order. He would ultimately finish in 7th place, getting through the field from outside the top 10. At one time was running in 11th place. Victor Neumann carried on trying to go on the offensive on that low line, but it never quite paid off for him. Neumann would finish in the top 10, and I think he'll be fairly satisfied with that at the conclusion of this weekend. But all of the attempts at offensive moves on the inside just didn't work for him. Dauenhauer, though, sticking to that high line. It kept paying off. He got around the outside of Siortsis and would soon find his way past Chrysonis as well. This was really the battle in the latter half of the top 10. Dauenhauer went low, and he found a way to make it work. He got past Chrysonis going into 3, and he would eventually finish in P7 ahead of Goossens and indeed Chrysonis. I think Goossens lost out towards the end of the race to Dauenhauer. Never registered as taking the flag, so I wonder if there was an issue late on for Mark Goossens. Tefel was also getting involved in this Thomas Chrysonis and co scrap. But of course, towards the end of the race, Tefel would have a moment. He would be the cause of a late safety car intervention. Great racing, though. Panel-to-panel stuff between Siortsis, Siortsis, Chrysonis, and Neumann, among others. There you see Paul Dufresne. I think on reflection, he may have let Vargas through, but this was the moment that Tefel lost the rear of the 34 Race Art Technology car, and that would bring out the safety car. That would bring us to a short dash to the flag. And while Erkeli desperately tried to carry the momentum to beat Hazemans through 1 and 2, he ended up losing the rear. The 1 lap board would come out, and Hazemans had just enough of an advantage to hold off Gianmarco Erkeli and secure his 3rd win of the season. Dufresne and Garelli were going at it for 3rd. It would be Dufresne that scored the podium. But Liam Hazemans celebrates his win in style, and he can now add to his resume oval race winner, in addition to EuroNASCAR champion. In front of his home fans, the young Dutchman got to celebrate. Hendricks Motorsport securing both wins on their home turf at the circuit, just moments from the base of the team. A victorious weekend for Hendricks, a victorious weekend for Dubek in EuroNASCAR 2, Hazemans in EuroNASCAR Pro, and that will make the championship very interesting going into the second half of the season. We now head towards our summer break. We'll be back in 2 months on the 31st of August and the 1st of September at the Autodrom Most, the end of regular season, before we go double points in the playoffs at Oschersleben and Zolder. It's been a welcome return to the Venray Oval this year. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. Have a great evening. Thanks for joining us in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series.